nagulat po. Parang yung natakot po ako sabihin kay Papa. Parang nararamdaman ko, papagalitan ko. Sinabi ko po kay Mama, parang sabi po sa akin ni Mama, anong magagawa natin anak, andyan na yan, sabi po. Tinulungan po ko ni Mamang sabihin kay Papa.
Naawa ko.
Nasaktan po. Nagana po ko, humingi po ko ng pasensya.
Ano yung mga nararamdaman mo?
Minsan po sumasakit yung dito ko, yung balakang ko. Tapos po sabi po nila tumataba daw po ako lumalaki daw po. Hindi po ako nakakakain.
Ano yung mga parang pinibigyan?
Una po mangga, tapos ngayon po yung kulay puti po lihi po ko ng mangga. Pakuha po ako sa kanya. Tapos gusto ko po ng kamyas. Mahal daw po yung kamyas ay. Binilan niya po ko. Minsan po nagtatrabaho po sa mama niya. Tapos minsan po kay Papa. Kapag wala pong trabaho si Papa tsaka yung mama niya, dito po siya sa may bahay. Sumasama po kay mama magbasura. Kapag po mahakot sila kay Papa, minsan po nasa 500 yun. Sa mama niya po kapag nabenta po yung ginagawa po nilang lamesa, mga ganun. Opo. Pero nauubos din po namin. Panggastos-gastos po namin. Yung first check-up ko po tinusukan po ko ng pang-paano daw po sa baby.
Parang pampahan.
Opo.
Tapos siya nagding ba yung heartbeat niya?
Mahina po. Lumakalaki na po siya, kalakas na po ng heartbeat. Opo.
Kamusta yung nabilang nanay naririnig?
Masaya po. Ginaina na po yung tiyan ko ay yung tibok po ng Opo. Wala po kaming pera.
Kung alam niyo na ba yung gender?
Hindi po. Pero marami po nag-isang babae daw po.
Ito lang tayo sa mga pagbabago sa buhay. Baka nga sa akin. Hindi naman sa mga ano yung mga hindi mo na nagagawa?
Kasama po yung tropa ko ng malibot. Naglalaro po sa labas. Nag-iigib po, nagbubuhat po ng bigat ayun. Noong namimiss ko po yung gagala po kami ng tropa ko, kakain po kami sa labas. Kasama ko po yung mga kaklase kong kakain sa kantin. Opo. Tapos sabay din po kami uuwi. Sabay din po kami papasok.
Ngayon ba, ano na yung parang set up mo sa pag-aaral? Ngayon, nagdadalang tao mo?
Kagahapon po, pumasok po ako.
Saan school ka?
Diyan po sa may likodan ng center.
Pinagpapatuloy?
Gusto ko pong makatapos para po sa anak ko.
Ano bang importante na makuha mo?
Yung makapagtapos po siya ay para makakuha po siya magandang trabaho. Masaya po ako. Minsan po nakausap kay anak ko.
Ano sinasabi sa?
Wag niya po akong pahihirapan.
May mga takot ka
Wala
na?
naman po. Parang nilalakasan ko pa yung loob ko.
Excited ka na makikita?
Opo.
Ano yung mga nire-ready na sa panganganak?
Makapagtapos po ganun, makahanap ng trabaho.
Ano yung parang kaya mong gawin para sa kanya?
Yung palakihin po siya ng mabuti.
Sa isa na namang makasaysayang araw ng ating demokrasya, nakaantabay ang buong puwersa ng Integrated State Media para sa Hatol ng Bayan 2025. Ang pinakamalawak, pinakamalaki at pinakakomprehensibong elections coverage sa bansa, ikakasana Hatid ng pinagsamang lakas ng mga media organization sa ilalim ng Presidential Communications Office, Presidential Broadcast Service, Philippine Information Agency, Philippine News Agency, IBC, at ng inyong pambansang TV. Masusubaybayan kahit saan sa pamamagitan ng aming multi-platform coverage sa TV, radyo at online. Maglilinaw at magbibigay konteksto sa mga usaping pang-eleksyon. At kasama ng buong sambayanan, masusing magbabantay sa mga pangyayari sa mismong araw ng halalan. Makibahagi, makiisa, Pilipino, ikaw ang magpapasya. Hatol ng Bayan 2025.
Grade 5 po meron na po. Tapos nung sabi niya po sa akin na may nangliliga daw po siya, sabi ko po mag-aaral po muna ako. Tapos sabi ko po sa kanya mag-aaral po muna kami para po kung magtapos po kami, doon po.
Crush mo rin.
Opo.
Yung parang first crush mo.
Opo. Kapag po meron po nangliliga sa akin, sabi ko po mag-aaral ako. Tapos parang kinabukasan na naman po, meron na naman yung mga ganun po.
Yung mga ganun na nagpapaalam sa kanila, kinikwento mo sa parents?
Opo, sabi ko po sa papa ko po kami nang niligaw sa akin sa eskwelahan yung ganun po. Sabi ni pa, mag-aral ka muna, sabi nga po. Tapos pero crush ko po siya, sabi ko sabihin po ni papa na mag-aral po muna kami papayag naman daw po si papa basta po makakapagtapos kami ng pag-aaral.
Ito po sa akin na first ever experience sa boyfriend. Nakauna nag-friend.
12 po ako. Ayun po yung first ko na nag-meet po kami, hindi po alam ni papa yun. Sinabi ko po kay papa, sabi niya po papuntahin daw po dito. Ayaw naman po pumunta, tapos kinabukasan na naman po tinawagan ni papa. Ayaw pong pumunta, sabi kinausap po siya ni papa na baka niloloko mo lang yung anak ko, sabi niya gano'n po. Parang yung pagsalita niya po hindi umano kay papa. Pinalayuan po sa kanya ni papa. Tapos nung nag-14 po ako, nakalala ko nga po siya. Sa zone 7. Yung kaklase ko po kasi tiga zone 7. Ngayon yung kaklase ko po, kilala yung kapatid niya. Parang yung kaklase ko po, parang naging sila din nung asawa ko po. Tapos po, ang sabi po sa akin ng kapatid niya, lalaro po kami ng tago-tagoan na yan. Nakita ko po siya. Nagkatinginan po kami. Kinilig po ako. Doon po kami unang nagkakalala. Tinanong niya po kung ano pong FB ko. Binigay ko po sa kanya. Sa umabot na po, parang nagkakagustuhan na po kami parang inano ko po tinignan ko din po yung ugali niya. Nung naano ko na pong mabait po siya, ngayon po parang nagkakagustuhan na po sa isa't isa. Yun po, sinabi ko na po kay papa, okay naman daw po kay papa, basta daw po mag-aaral daw po kami.
Ano yung mga physical na attributes niya na magustuhan niya?
Matulungin po. Tapos kapag pupunta po kasi ako doon, po kami nung kaklase ko, gagawa po kami ng assignment. Video po napag-isipan po namin dun po sa bahay nila. Ngayon po sabi po, tinatanong niya po kami kung nagmerienda na kami. Tapos tinanong niya po ako. Ngayon kinilig naman po ako, sabi ko po hindi po. Binigyan niya po kami ng pang-merienda po Yun po. Yung pera niya po na binibigay sa kanya ng mama niya.
Paano kayo nagkakita?
Sa chat po. Sabi ko po sa kanya, tingin ka ng tingin sa akin, sabi ko po sa kanya. Sabi niya po yung pasabi niya po parang meron na daw pong ay sa aming dalawa. So, tas umamin na rin po ako. Tapos sinabi ko po kay Papa, pinapunta po siya ni Papa dyan, pumunta na, sabi niya po, wait lang po tito, sabi niya pang nagtatrabaho po kasi sa mama niya. Pumunta po siya dito mga alauna. Ay, nasa may tower po kami doon. Nakatambay kami ng kapatid niya po ay. Tapos, nung tinawag po ko ni mama na andyan na daw po. Noon po, nag-usap po sila na, sabi po niya po, mag-aral daw po kami. Huwag daw po kami gagawa muna ng masama.
Anong naramdaman mo po tayo?
Masaya po ako.
Anong tawagin mo?
Love po.
Saan? Kwento mo naman kami. Saan kayo gusto?
Kapag pupunta po, kakain po kami sa labas. Pero, hindi po ako gumagastos. Siya po yung gumagastos.
Kukwentuhan mo kami ng parang naalala mo pinaka-paborito mong menu.
Yung yung nag-holding hands po kami. Nagpunta po kami dun sa may ginagalaan po ng magjojowa. Yung gumala po kami dun tapos hindi ko po alam hinawakan niya po yung kamay ko. Dun po ako kinilig.
Di ba pag mga magjojowa, may time na pinag-uusapan na parang future,
Opo.
plano nyo, may ganun din ba kayo?
Opo.
Ano yung mga usually pinag-uusapan?
May mangyayari po sa amin, papanagatan niya daw po ako. Sabi ko po sa kanya mag-aaral po muna kami. Yung parang wala po munang nangyayari Yung sabi niya po sa akin na kung meron lang daw po.
Paano ba yung nangyari mo sa pag-desisyon na mag-anak or paano ba?
Naiba po tumakas po ako kala Papa Tapos po napag-isipan na po namin na mag-anak na po kami. Okay naman siyang anak ko, kaya nga lang minsan pag po ayaw namin nagre-rebelde, boyfriend, hindi namin alam na nag-boyfriend. Tapos nung mga ilang buwan po siguro sila, mga 3 buwan na po siguro silang magbo-boyfriend, doon pa lang po nagpakilala yung boyfriend niya sa amin, pumunta dito, tiga-Dinggalan. Ngayon, nandiyan yung nanay niya, may asawang iba. Punta dito, nagpakilala sa amin. E di pumayag naman kami na mag-boyfriend sila.
Ano pong naging parang first impression mo sa kanya?
Okay naman siya, mabait naman. Napapayag namin at mabait naman. Wala namang mga ilang mga nakadalawang buwan na siguro na pumayag kami. Nalalaman namin, buntis na. Yung anak ko lang ang nagsabi sa akin na hindi na raw siya niraregla. Sabi niya ayaw niya nga pong aminin. Sabi ng anak ko na, Mama, hindi na po ako niregla. Ilang buwan na, sabi ko, 1 buwan na. Di nagpabili akong PT, 2. Pinag-PT namin siya nung hipag ko. Di 2 yung guhit. Tapos 2 rin yung PT niya. Di, sabi namin, buntis ka nga talaga.
Ano po ba yung reaction ng isang nanay po na pinag-aaral niyo po yung anak niyo ba?
Kinakabahan ako na nagagalit Kaya lang po kahit po pagalitan ko siya, bugbugin ko siya, wala na po akong magagawa. Andun na po Ngayon, ang sabi ko nga sa kanya, gusto mo ba akong ipalaglag ko? Gusto ko nga sana palaglag para kako di ka kung pananagutan ka, di maganda. Kung hindi, kasi hindi nagpapakita kako yung boyfriend mo papalaglag natin. Ayaw naman niya, gusto niya ituloy. Kaso, yung mister ko ayaw din at salanan nga raw sa Diyos yun. Pag ayaw niya, kang harapin yung anak mo. Sige, pagpatuloy mo yung pagbubuntis. Hayaan mo na yung mga chismis na yan. Sabi ko, mamarites ka ko tayo mga kapitbahay natin, mga kamag-anak mo pumandin ka. Hayaan mo na. Sabi gano'n ng asawa ko. Di yun. Niiyakan ko siya. Kasi maagang nabuntis. Kasi ako patanda na bago nabuntis
Kasi po diba sinasabi po ng mga tao pagka maaga po nabuntis na nag-aaral, mag-stop na po yung future ng bata. May ganun po ba kayo?
Ganun din. Kaya lang, sabi naman niya, gusto naman daw po niya.
Nasaktan kayo nun? Doon sa anak niyo may naramdaman po ba kayo?
Naawa din ako. Siyempre, bata pa nga po. Tapos lalo na't panganganak ngayon, lalo na akong kakabahan. At sabi ko nga sa kanya, kayanin mo yan pag nanganak ka. Kahirap ka akong manganak. Ngayon, tawagin mo ako yung boyfriend mo at iharap mo sa amin. Umabot pa po kami ng barangay at ayaw nga pong pumarap ng magulang ng boyfriend niya. O di, pinabarangay namin para lang maharap namin. O, sumipot naman, tapos yung boyfriend niya, sabi ko, pagtataguan mo baka ako yung anak ko? Sabi ko gano'n. Pakukulong ka namin, sabi ko gano'n, kasi pinabarangay na kita, sabi ko gano'n. Ikaw 19 ka na, anak ko 14 lang. Sabi na po namin sa barangay para mababa siya dito. Di bumaba naman. Tapos nung sinabi namin yung nanay niya kailangan makausap namin, ayaw naman daw po nung nanay niya at laging busy. Di inano namin sa barangay. O sumipot naman po sa barangay. O pinag-usapan namin na magsama sila. Gusto naman nung lalaki na magsama sila. Di pinagsama namin.
Parang hindi ko siya hinaharap yung asawa ko. Naabot ko ba kayo sa
Naawa din ako. Umiiyak nga po siya na umiiyakan niya po. At, sabi ko nga, gusto mo pakulong ko. Pag pinakulong ko raw po yung asawa niya, sasama daw po siya. Sabi ko, di doon ka na rin kako. Doon na kayo magsama sa kulungan kako. Yun naman po. Nasaktan ko nga siya. Nasampal ko ng tsinelas yung mukha. Sobrang galit ko. Kaya alam ko kasi nag-aaral siya eh. Tapos malalaman ko ganyan.
Ilang buwan niyo po bago natanggap?
Siguro 2 buwan, 3 buwan. Yung ama, hindi niya agad natanggap. Ito lang niya natanggap na hirap po Siyempre po pinag-aaral mo ng ganun, tapos ganun ang mangyayari. Natakot ako baka ako magaya sa amin. Sabi ko nga, sana nga, gumano yung buhay nilang dalawang magkapatid, dahil dalawa lang naman po sila. Akala nga namin siya ang aahon sa hirap namin, hindi pala Nawalan ako ng pag-asa, paano nga nag-asawa ng maaga.
Nung nalaman ko po yun, nung sinabi po sa akin ng misis ko na si Jenny Lynn daw po na dadalang tao. Ako po, galit po talaga ako noon. Galit ako, hindi po nila sinabi sa akin agad. Hanggang sa kung kani-kanino ko po nalaman, sa iba ko po nalaman na yung anak mo ganito yan, buntis yan, ito gano'n. Ang sabi sa akin. Tinanong ko po yung misis ko kung totoo. Tinanong niya po si Jenny kasi ayoko pong kausapin si Jenny nung time na yun at medyo pa po yung utak ko sa kanya. Kaya yung magulang po ang babae pinakausap sa kanya. Yung sinabi naman po ng anak ko na buntis daw po siya. Nung nalaman ko po yun, wala na rin po ako nagawa. Andun na po Hindi naman na po pwedeng baguhin. Para sa akin po, masakit po talaga. Dahil yung anak ko po, gusto ko po bago sana sila lumagay po sa ganyang mga asa-asawa pong ganyan, ang gusto ko pong mangyari sa kanila, makapagtapos po sila ng pag-aaral. O pag nakatapos po silang pag-aaral, hindi naman po sila pipigilan kung anong gusto nila. Iisip ko nga po, hindi po siya nakatapos. Baka mapares ka po sa akin sa mahirap pumarap ng trabaho. Dahil ako po, wala nang po talaga ang pinag-aralan. Mahirap po sa akin dahil Yun po siya, siya po talaga yung tinustusan ko sa pag-aaral. Tinustusan ko po sa pag-aaral hanggat kaya ko po. Binigay ko po sa kanya. Eh, nung nalaman ko po yun, halos parang di rin po ako makarecover. Matagal din po akong hindi nagtrabaho. Dahil iniisip ko po, wala naman na po akong pinag-aaral. Ganun. Siya po ang panganay kong anak. Ang gusto ko po sa kanya, pag nakatapos po siya, na hindi naman po natin masasabi na habang buhay dito po tayo, may tutulong po sa kapatid niya. Siya na lang po sana ang inaasahan kong tutulong po sa kapatid niya. At yung kapatid niya po, maliit pa po. Wala pa pong kakunkwan sa mundo yun. Kaya parang nawala po yung kuwan ko sa kanya nun. Kasi po, ang kuwan ko po sa kanya nun, attorney po. Ang gusto ko pong maging kuwan sa kanya. Dahil yung pinsang ko po, na kuwan, attorney po, maganda po yung buhay. Ganun, gusto ko pong ganun din po mangyari sa kanya. No? Kung hindi po nagkaganyan po siya, kaya ko na po siyang pagtapusin. Kaya lang po, nagkaganyan lang po. Kahit anong trabaho po, pinapasok ko na para lang po mapag-aral sila, pagtapos sila. Buti mo lang kahit siya na lang po ako, makaangat sa amin, may tutulong at tutulong po sa kapatid niya. Yun po ang gusto kong mangyari sa kanya. No?
Po talagang nangyayari is dapat po mature ika nga yung katawan ng mga kababaihan para nang sa ganon mas kaya po ng kanilang mga katawan yung dadalhin na pag unti-unting lumalaking sanggol sa kanilang mga sinapupunan. Pagka po ang mga nagdadalang tao ay ang mga kabataan, no, mura pa po ang kanilang katawan, especially po ang kanilang reproductive system. Ang karaniwan po na po pwedeng maging epekto ng kanilang batang pagdadalang tao, maaari pong mismo sa development po noong sanggol sa kanilang sinapupunan. At ang pangalawa po ay yung epekto po nito sa mismong katawan noong kabataang nagdadalang tao. Maaari pong duguin siya kasi nga po yung kanyang matres hindi pa siya magulang or hindi pa siya matured. Kung kaya po yun pong stress dun sa unti-unting paglaki ng kanyang matres ay maaari pong magdulot ng pagdurugo o bleeding. Na yun pong bleeding na yun ay maaari pong maging risk doon sa buhay ng nagdadalang tao. Kasi po pwedeng hindi maaampat yung pagdurugo, kung kaya po pwede pong quote-unquote mawalan po siya ng dugo na maaari pong ikamatay noong ating kabataan. Hindi lang po yun. Baka po yung bleeding, pwede pa pong maampat, pero yun pong kanyang matres ay hindi na makakayanan. Kung kaya po, maaari pong itong operahin at tanggalin na kaagad. Alam naman po natin, pagkatama na ang panahon para sa kanya na magkaroon ng sariling pamilya, hindi na siya magkakaroon ng sariling pamilya. Yun po ang mga karaniwan na nakikitang mga komplikasyon sa mismong batang dinadala at doon din po sa katawan noong kabataang nagdadalang tao. karaniwan po ay yung tinatawag nating developmental abnormality. Doon po sa unang mga buwan, na unti-unti pong napoporma ang isang tao, isang human, karaniwan po dito maaari pong meron po siyang physical na abnormality. Hindi po natin talaga masasabi kung anong espesipikong abnormalidad ang maaaring makuha noong sanggol sa kanyang sinapupunan, pero meron din po yung tinatawag nating mga mental disability nung sanggol. Especially po kung halimbawa itong kabataan na ito ay hindi po niya inaalintana yung kanyang kalusugan habang siya ay nagdadalang tao. Ano-ano ito? O pwede pong baka siya ay umiinom ng alak. Meron po tayong tinatawag na alcohol fetal syndrome. Ang syndrome po kasi, sa medical term po, ito po ay yung iba't ibang uri disability na makikita o lilitaw dun sa isang unti-unting nagde-develop na bata. O kung hindi naman po, halimbawa naman po siya ay gumagamit ng droga, habang doon sa unang mga buwan ng pagde-develop ng isang human being sa kanyang sinapupunan, maaari pong makaapekto doon sa kanyang dinadalang sanggol. Maaari pong yung developmental abnormality nitong mga sanggol na unti-unting lumalaki sa kanyang sinapupunan, maaari din pong maging dahilan kung bakit po yung tinatawag nating nakukunan. Kasi natural po sa ating katawan, pagka naramdaman ng ating katawan na yun pong dinadalang sanggol sa sinapupunan ay meron tinatawag ng mga congenital malformation po during the time na nabubuo yung sanggol. Katawan din po mismo natin ang magde-decide na ito ay ialis ng natural sa katawan. Kung kaya po, mayroong mga pagkakataon na hindi po talaga nabubuo yung 9 na buwan sa sinapupunan ng isang nagdadalang tao.
Galingain kayo. Tulungan mo natin. Makawi yun. Lakas, kawi.
Apo. Ang pinaka-importante po sa lahat dun sa mga kabataang nagdadalang tao, ay yung pong maging alerto sila at makinig lagi dun sa mga nararamdaman ng kanilang katawan. Ano ang ibig ko bang sabihin dito? Importante sa kanila dahil ito ay bago at alam nating mura ang kanilang mga pangangatawan. Importante sa kanila na titingnan at papakiramdaman nila ng husto kung mayroong masakit, kung mayroong kakaiba na nararamdaman na kinakailangang maidulog kaagad nila sa isang doktor, nurse o di po kaya midwife ng pinakamalapit po nilang health center. Para nang sa ganon ay maaral na masusi or maimbestigahan kung ano ang posibilidad ng mga nararamdaman nilang ito.
Zwillig Family Foundation, or we call it ZFF, was founded in 2008. We are focused on helping local governments address inequities in health services delivery. Doon kami naka-focus. And essentially, what we do is to help local governments develop what we call the leadership capacities so that they can lead reforms in terms of the governance systems that are in the localities, reach those who have not been reached by health services in their respective areas. So we partner with provinces, in some cases municipalities directly in doing our work. Ang San Jose City joined TCI actually as part of the first batch of cities in 2021. Gumraduate na sila noong November of 2024. So from yung adolescent births niya per 1,000 when we started was around 56 for that year, no? Then it is now 37 in 2024. So nag-drop ang adolescent birth rate yata, that's translated to from an ABR of 56, which is quite high, in 2020 to 30. Adolescent birth rate of 30 in 2024. So, yun yung improvement niya, more or less 10% per year. No? I would consider as our main intervention was to get the mayor to actively lead the effort. So, si mayor talaga ang nanguna dyan and supported by a very competent city leadership team, as we call it. And they introduced, having understood the situation, yung data nila, they formulated all sets of interventions. I think one of the main strategy adopted there was they really invested in, one, ensuring that they have the correct number of healthcare providers, yung peer counselors that walks around the city, and train them. That's where we also help them a lot. Number two, yung adolescent-friendly health facilities. Nag-invest din si San Jose dyan. So I think kompleto yan. Lahat ng mga health facilities nila are adolescent-friendly. I think bottom line, San Jose is a good example of how they have changed the health-seeking behavior of their youth. Na-create ang demand, and there is, kumbaga ba, a very effective way of providing the service, the adolescent-friendly facilities, and the health workers.
Maraming salamat po sa UP Community Broadcaster Society ng University of the Philippines Los Baños sa pagkilalang iginawad sa aming mga programa sa katatapos na 19th Gandingan Awards. On Assignment, Most Development-Oriented Magazine Program. Artsy Craftsy, Most Development-Oriented Children's Program. At Schoolmates bilang Most Participatory Program at Most Development-Oriented Youth Program. Aming ikinararangal ang maging tagahabi ng kasaysayan para sa bayan.
Noong 2019 po kasi, bali, ang naitala po na adolescent birth rate po ng San Jose City is nasa 51. Sa national po is dapat nasa 36 lang po siya. So, above the national range. Pero nung nag-join po kami ng The Challenge Initiative 2020 hanggang 2024, napababa naman po namin, which is nung 2024 nga po is nasa 27 na yung adolescent birth rate. Pero po, kahit yung isang case po ng teenage pregnancy is na rin po talaga yun, alarming, and may mga repeated pregnancies din po sila. Usually, ang pinakabata po na report po dito, itala po namin is 12 years old. Usually, ang cases po natin is mas matanda po doon sa batang babae yung partner nila. Pero meron din naman po na same age, pero mas madami po talaga yung mas matatanda po doon sa batang babae yung nagiging partner po nila. Meron po, pero hindi siya ganun kalaki yung yung data. Nag-result sa violence po yung pregnancy ng batang babae. Ang nakikita ko po kasi na challenge yung mga misconceptions about sa paggamit ng family planning. Kasi karamihan, pagka sinabi na mag-take ng pills, sasabihin, ay, yung pills kasi nakakasakit ng ulo, o kaya yung depo, sasabihin, hindi ako nire-regla dyan. So may mga side effects po na nangyayari, which is normal naman talaga, na nararanasan kapag gumagamit ng family planning methods. Yun nga lang minsan, mas nakikinig kasi sila doon sa mga sabi-sabi ng mga nila or kaibigan nila. So kaya hindi na sila gumagamit ng family planning methods. Sa City Population Office po, yung Information Center, nagkakandak po kami ng mga sessions sa barangay, like yung Usapang Biba. Yung Usapang Biba is Usapang Batang Ina, Batang Ama, which is yung mga participants po namin is teenage parents. Usually, ang uma-attend po dun is yung batang nanay. And kung available po yung partner nila, sinasama po para mabigyan sila ng knowledge about family planning. Tapos, binibigyan din po namin sila ng yung magiging plano nila, reproductive life plan po nila. Na ipaplano po nila yung the whole na pagbubuntis nila. So, kung kailan nila susundan yung anak nila, kung anong gagawin nila, kung babalik ba sila sa pag-aaral, kung magtatrabaho sila. So, ganun po yung tinatakbo ng Usapang Biba. And meron din po kami sa mga schools, nagbibigay din po kami ng awareness, ng mga seminars sa mga kabataan po na nag-aaral. kabataan po ng San Jose, which is yung nasa 19 and below, yung kinikater po ng teen center under ng City Population Office. So, nagkakandak po kami ng mga seminars sa kanila. Tapos may mga trainings, leadership trainings din, meron din. Tapos po, yung recent nga po na program sa mga kabataang nanay, which is magbigay ng financial assistance and social assistance po sa mga batang nanay. Yung sa pagkalinga sa mga kabataang magulang at kanilang mga anak program or yung pagkalinga program, programa po siya para sa mga batang nanay na edad 18 pababa. Kasi pag nag-19 years old na po yung batang nanay, mag-graduate na po siya doon sa programa. May mga ilang qualifications lang po kami na hinihingi sa mga kabataang nanay. So, kailangan po ay nag-aaral sila. Pwedeng sa regular school or pwedeng sa ALS. Okay lang po yon. And then, kailangan din po na currently na pregnant po sila or isa lang yung anak nila. Kapag ka buntis po ulit sila ng pangalawa, automatic po is matatanggal po sila sa program. Yung ganitong programa ng gobyerno is i-maximize nila. So yung mga natatanggap nila is gamitin nila sa maganda talaga. So napakaswerte nila at may mga ganitong programa yung pamahalaan na pwede sila makabalik sa pag-aaral ng libre at may suporta yung gobyerno sa lahat ng aspeto ng buhay nila.
Para sa kalusugan. Dito po sa pagkalinga po.
So mamaya sa barangay na nakapagkanta po kami ng usapan. Meron na kayong anak or buntis kayo kayo?
Mahirap po ba na sunod-sunod ang anak? Meron pa ba dito sunod? Isa po siya sa dahilan kung bakit may pagkalinga program. So parang pakanood yan, naikip, nene. Ito po ang gagawin.
Lahat. Alam naman po natin sa ating mga anak po.
So yun nga po, no? Dito po yung bibitaw sa pag-aaral.
Itong pagkalinga program actually, nag-start ito dahil meron kaming Teen Information Center. Yun yung ating pinakaunang naging proyekto simula nung naging counselor tayo. Yung Teen Information Center, it caters for the youth para sa mga kabataan natin. And eventually, naisip namin nila Mayor Kokoy, nila Vice Mayor Ali, together with Sir Nathaniel and Ma'am Susette, na bigyan din ng programa yung atin mga kabataan na mga batang ina at batang ama. Kasi ito, hindi pa, sabi ko nga kanina nung nag-talk ako, hindi ito para konsintihin yung mga kabataan natin na mag-anak sila ng mag-anak o kaya pag nalaman ng mga ibang mga kabataan na meron ng mga ganitong programa, may encourage sila kung hindi para ma-boost palalo yung moral nila. Kasi yung mga yan, mga teenager na yan, siguro yung iba sa kanila, merong rape victim, merong mga iniwan ng partner dahil nalaman na nabuntis. So gusto natin na kahit papaano, merong programa, merong LGU na makikinig sa kanila, dadamay sa kanila, at yan yung pagkalinga program. So hindi lang ito basta nagbibigay tayo ng financial assistance sa kanila. Ito rin, bukod sa financial assistance na natatanggap nilang 1,000 pesos per month, ay tinutulungan din natin sila na muling makabalik sa pag-aaral. Ang isa sa mga condition natin dito, kailangan yung mga kasama sa Kalinga program ay merong connection pa rin sa school, sila ay nag-aaral pa rin, kahit na ito ay sa regular school o kahit na hindi regular school, as long as sila ay nakakapag-aral.
Tatawag natin yan. Tawag na lang ng bawat araw-araw issue. Dahil by scientific
may mga nagko-comment sa drama na ito nung napag-usapan namin nila Mayor Coco. Yun po, total, andito yung mga nanay na mga kapatid.
Hindi nakakayan na ito pong programa po na ito katulad ng graduate na rin.
Nag-start yung program namin no 2020 before pandemic, tapos na-stop ng pandemic, tapos tinuloy namin. From 40%, yung 40% from 1,010 to 19 years old, doon natin i-range yung percent. Nasa 40%. Last year, na-goal namin yung 30%. Bumaba dahil tinutukan namin yung aming mga teenage pregnancy. Madaming reason bakit una-una, may mga broken family. Yung iba naman nasa abroad ang magulang. So yung iba naman talaga nagrebelde. Tapos yung mga out of school youth.
Unang tinatawag po, dito po muna sa kaliwa. Okay po, next.
Sasamahan po ng mga guardian kasi po may
Siguro mahirap i-zero kasi yung 30% pumasa na kami sa sa mga program ng national hanggang sa Swedish International Foundation. Nag-graduate na kami dyan dahil nag-down na kami to 30, from 40 to 30. Kailangan lang ipaalam. Tapos ang DepEd, kinakausap ko ang school division namin dito na dapat talagang i-open na sa DepEd. Lalo na siguro mga grade 6, dapat ma-educate na yung mga kabataan kasi nakita naman natin, meron 12 years old, may 14 years old. So, 12 years old is grade 6, 14, mga grade 7, grade 8. Kaya dapat before grade 6, dapat maging curriculum na rin ng DepEd na isama to para doon sa maiwasan natin yung teenage pregnancy. Napaka-importante na ma-educate natin yung mga kabataan kasi source of ng kahirapan at young age, magkakapamilya ka, saka wala ka naman source of income. Pahirap to. Kaya ginawa rin natin program, lahat ng may mga benefits na tinatanggap dito sa LGU, hindi pwedeng maging dalawa yung anak nila at young age. Kailangan isa lang para matuto sila. Magkaroon sila ng control sa kanilang sarili dahil mapuputol yung kanilang benefits kung magiging dalawa pa ang babies nila o tatlo. Basta isa lang ang dapat nilang baby. Isa lang yung pagkakamali, wag nang susundan.
As a woman, gusto ko sana yung kandidatong pipiliin ko or iboboto ko is magpo-focus sa rights ng women. For example, marami akong experience na nabastos ako sa daan. Di ba recently merong bawal bastos na law na nabuo sa bansa. So gusto ko sana yung kandidato na pipiliin ko is sinusuportahan yung batas na yun. At the same time, marunong ding rumispeto sa babae. Hindi lang sa babae, kundi sa karamihan ng tao. Depende man, marginalized man yan, babae, lalaki. Lahat ng tao deserve ng respect as well as senior citizen, LGBT community. Pero as a girl, gusto ko sana pantay lahat ng tingin sa kababaihan nung kandidatong pipiliin ko.
Maging bahagi ng pagbabago. Bumoto ng wasto. Hatol ng Bayan 2025.
Ang placenta po doon po yung mag-process sa placenta. Ang placenta na kami nag-produce na
Gusto pa nga ako. Opo. Kapag malapit na po siyang lumabas, huwag niyo po akong pahihirapan. po ulit. Nalabas na siya.
Kapag tapos lang siya. Yun din yung pangarap ng mister ko para makaano. Kumanda daw yung buhay niya. Lalo na't yung asawa niya hindi ko malaman kung ano eh.
Hanggang saan niyo po itataguyod yung mister mo?
Hanggang sa kaya namin. Sabi ko nga sa kanya, kapag ako tumanda na kami, ako magiging kawawa ka. Sinasagot niya sa akin, ewan ko po mama.
Doon naman sa may sa magiging ako.
Wala naman akong mahanap. Hindi ko naman pwedeng takwil yun. Ano rin namin, dugo rin namin yun.
Gano'n niyo ba kamahal niya ang anak niyo?
Mahal namin yun kasi nga nag-iisang babae lang. Tapos panganay pa namin.
Message ko lang sa anak ko tsaka sa manugang ko, pagbutihan nila ang pagkasama nila na wala sanang mangyari sa kanila. Ikaw ng Panginoon na walang makonsa kayo, tapos sa panganak ni Jenny Lynn, maging okay naman po, ganun. Ang ko lang po sa kanila, wag po silang madalas na nagkakagalit, ganun. Dahil baka yung po ang ikasira ng isang pamilya sa kanila. Lalong-lalo na po siya, umpis po siya, ganun.
Join us for your nightly news fix and stay informed with our news, business, politics, current events, and more from our network of journalists across the Philippines and the rest of the world. Anchored by William Theo and Charms Espina. PTV News Tonight. Mondays to Fridays, 10 p.m. Only here on PTV. Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. Para sa Sales and Marketing Unit, Marketing Specialist, Sales Account Specialist, Sales Traffic Assistant, News Division and Merchandising Unit, Graphic Artist. Ipadala ang iyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph.
Talagang perfect ang bawat umaga basta't may kape, pandesal at RSP Barkada.
Kaya naman tutok na sa favorite morning show ng bayan, Rise and Shine Pilipinas!
Naimbag Arabi, na ito din nga ipasidong ti Cordillera Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council ti Intero a Cordillera iti Red Alert status into May 11 aging ka 14 para iti midterm elections. Iti pamili niya impaulog ni CDRRMC Chairperson ken Office of Civil Defense CAR Director Albert Mogol, panggap da iti may panamnama ti kinasagana, umdas ken napartak a panagresponde dagiti masakna niya ahensya manipud probinsya aging iti barangay level. Nabilin matlang dagiti miyembro ti Cordillera Regional Incident Management Team ken Rapid Damage Assessment and Needs Analysis Teams para iti posible a deployment. Kang runa nababantayan dagiti siyam a lugar a nabigbig kas election areas of concern pakairamanan ti Bangged, Bukay ken Pilar iti orange category, ken iti Lagayan, Pidigan, Tayum, Tinag, Dolores ken Lagangilang iti yellow category. Gapo iti posible a human-induced hazards ken terrorism-related incidents. Ada Anti-Cordillera iti agarup 1.5 million registered voters nga agturong iti 1,428 voting centers iti 6 a probinsya ken 2 a syudad. Iti daduma pay adda mag-6 nga aldaw sakbay election inton May 12 naangay ti may katlo a Joint Security Control Command Conference iti Baguio City Police Office ngayon daluan ti Comelec Baguio. Nasurok 305 a police personnel ti Baguio City Police Office ti maiwaras iti 66 a polling centers iti Baguio City. Maramat madlang ti 26 a mobile vehicles ti pulisya ken 39 a motorsiklo. Nagpirma matlang iti katulagan ti Comelec, BCPO, DILG ken dagiti volunteer groups at tumulong kabayatan ti eleksyon. Nagpalagip ni Attorney Martin kadagiti kandidato ti saan daa pa nagkampanya inton May 11 agingga iti kaaldawan ti eleksyon. Sigun pay ken kuana adda ti kamang ti European Union observers ken Asian Network for Free Elections nga agobserbar iti sitwasyon ti eleksyon ditoy syudad. Inton bigat may sayang ka ti final testing ken sealing kadagiti automated counting machines.
Usap-usap din po tayo kung anong kakulangan natin so that other agencies will complement if ever they can complement yung kakulangan ng other agencies. That is why nasabi ko na I'm very confident that this year's election, particularly itong national and local elections po natin, is magiging mapayapa.
As much as we can, we will showcase Baguio City elections hindi lamang sa Asia, kundi sa EU.
Dagiti damdamag manipud dito'y PTV Cordillera, siya ni Audrey Villana na Imbagarabi.
Bilang isang estudyante, hinahanap kong makatangian ng isang kandidato ay may transparency sa kanyang panunungkulan or malinis yung kanyang track record. Of course, kung maglalatag siya ng plataforma na alam ko na magbe-benefits ang katulad kong mga estudyante, I go for it.
Maging bahagi ng pagbabago. Bumoto ng wasto. Hatol ng Bayan 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, Undersecretary Claire Castro, the Palace Press Officer.
Magandang umaga, Malacanang Press Corps. Welcome sa ating press briefing ngayong araw. Simulan natin sa magandang balita na dala ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa bagong Pilipinas. Pinagmamalaki ng Department of Tourism ang pagkakasama ng Entalula Beach sa El Nido, Palawan na number 2 at Bonbon Beach sa Romblon na number 38 sa World's 50 Best Beaches 2025 list. Ang pagkilalang ito ay patunay na kahanga-hanga ang ganda ng Pilipinas at sa ating global standing bilang isa sa mga pinagmamalaking beach destination sa buong mundo. Mula sa mala postcard na limestone cliffs at malinaw na tubig ng Entalula hanggang sa tanyag na sandbar at tahimik na alindog ng Bonbon Beach, tunay na pinapakita ng ating mga isla ang pinakamaganda sa ating bansa. kasabay ng mga layunin ng Marcos administration sa ilalim ng National Tourism Development Plan 2023-2028 at sa pamamagitan ng kampanyang Love the Philippines, patuloy ang DOT sa pagsusulong ng sustainable tourism hindi lang para sa ating coastal destinations kundi para rin sa pag-unlad ng ating mga komunidad at pagtaguyod ng ating national heritage. Panoorin po natin ito. Bago po yan, panoorin po muna natin ito.
Walang tamad at tukad sa pamahalaan. Walang wang ang mga mabagal at sagapal sa serbisyo publiko. Services must be fast. Projects must be completed on time. Deadlines must be met per schedule. Distress calls must be responded to without delay. In whatever government office, red tape must be replaced with a red carpet.
Imagine a faster, easier, and more productive community. Simplified processes, no bureaucratic barriers, and a steadfast commitment to transparency and accountability. A community where businesses thrive and the economy flourishes. Imagine the Philippines with an improved ease of doing business.
We want investments to come in, projects to break ground faster, jobs to reach our people sooner. Because when businesses move quickly, progress follows just as fast.
We have proven that through a whole-of-nation approach, tangible progress is not just within reach, it is at our fingertips. Faster internet through collaborations on communication and technology. Rapid infrastructure development that keeps you connected whenever, wherever. Simplified and more accessible business registration, allowing you to spend more time on what matters. We have taken a leap, but our journey doesn't end here. Our commitment remains strong and much more remains to be accomplished. This May, we are not just celebrating reforms, we are accelerating them. EODB Month is a change, a call to action for every entrepreneur and equity partner to push forward in making our country a prime destination for ventures. With every streamlined process, every difficulty removed, and every digital innovation implemented, we are forging a competitive economy deserved by every Filipino. From government agencies to local enterprises, from aspiring startups to global investors, we are all part of this breakthrough transformation. Let us build a nation where doing business is not just easier, it empowers. So to all our valued partners for change in the government and private sector, let us collectively move to achieve our shared dream of a thriving business community. This Ease of Doing Business Month and beyond. Everyone, including our kababayans, has a role in our mission to transform red tape into a red carpet of opportunities for all Filipinos. This is the Better Business Movement.
Umagang kay Danda po mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na ito. We start of course with the good news. Of course, the President signed on March 4, 2025, Proclamation 818 declaring the month of May as the Ease of Doing Business Month. So, of course, yung Anti-Red Tape Authority po, unang ginawa, nag-campaign po tayo, no? And nagka-issue tayo ng memorandum circular under the theme Red Tape to Red Carpet, Better Business Movement in a Bagong Pilipinas. The theme highlights the brand of governance of this administration, creating a government that is transparent, efficient, citizen-centric, and business-friendly. And we have marami pong mga activities, no? At gusto ko po i-share sa inyo na marami pong pakikipag-ugnayan ang mga chambers of commerce sa ARTA, even ambassadors go to us, no, and how they can help. Ang business sector po is really very upbeat about the prospects for the Philippines. Kaya po kahapon inimpusahan natin yung nationwide campaign to celebrate the Ease of Doing Business Month. But even before that, nung April 30, naimbitahan po ako sa kapihan sa Manila Hotel, kasama po doon yung Coalition of Business Organizations, PCCI, Chamber of Commerce, no, Employers Confederation, Exporters Federation. They are really in full support sa mga programa at inisyatibo ng Anti-terrorism Authority. Bukas po, in fact, magkakaroon po tayo ng virtual orientation on shipbuilding. Kasama po natin ang Department of Transportation tsaka yung Royal Danish Embassy. At marami po. And then sa May 13 to 15, magkakaroon po ng nationwide inspection of government agencies, including kasama po ang mga local government units. At dito po i-highlight ng ating gobyerno yung mga frontline services para maramdaman ng taong bayan yung mga kagandahan ng serbisyo na ginagawa ng ating administrasyon. Maigpit po ang direktiba ng ating mahal na Pangulo for all government processes to be streamlined and digitalized. Ito po napatunayan natin na ito po ang pinaka-epektibong paraan para labanan ang red tape at corruption in the process. Marami na po tayong data that will show this. For example po, yung electronic business one-stop shop that we are really pushing na dapat lahat ng local government units must be compliant with. In fact, out of 1,642 local government units, we have already recognized 115 local government units. Doon po sa hindi pa naging compliant, 1,402 po nito ay partially automated o 1,203. Meron pong 431 LGUs na pinadala natin ng notices to explain para i-explain nila kung bakit hanggang ngayon hindi sila tumutupad sa direktibang ito. Kaya we expect po within the week or next week sasampahan po natin ang kaso about 131 local government units. At ito po ay of course yung electronic business one-stop shop na patunayan po natin dito na yung lahat ng LGUs na mayroong ganon makakapag-issue po ng business permit in a matter of minutes. 10 minutes po for instance in Malabon tsaka sa Navotas. Valenzuela 5 minutes lang po makukuha niyo yung business permit. In Metro Manila, all the 17 cities except one, no, hindi pa IBOS compliant. At dito din po sa Executive Order 32 na pinirmahan nating Pangulo in 2023. Sa loob lang po na isang taon na in-implement natin dito, tumaas po yung number of permits na nagawa sa pag-construct ng mga telco, telecommunications tower. Dahil po dito nabawasan yung processing time, no, from 255 to 300 days to just 59 days based on the record by Meralco. At so number of permits issued from 6,117 in 2022 tumaas po ng 62% by 9,856. Dahil po dito, no, yung internet penetration rate sa Pilipinas tumaas, no. Ibig sabihin, mas marami na po ang Pilipinos na merong internet access. Dahil dito 73.6% or an increase of 68%. Lalo ni pong bumilis ang internet speed, no. For instance, in mobile internet speed, tumaas po from 18.68 Mbps in 2022 to 27.75 Mbps in 2024. Yung fixed internet speed po, talagang very proud tayo dito, tumaas from 46.44 Mbps to 92.19 Mbps or an increase of 98.5%. No? At yung Executive Order 59, nirelease din po ng ating Pangulo, dahil po dito nagkaroon ng 6 projects completed, in big projects completed in 2024 at 13 more expected to be completed this year. At dahil po dito sa mga reforma, gumanda rin po yung ating performance dahil yung ating United Nations Electronic Participation Index ay tumaas by 16 spots, no? At 31 spots. Doon naman po sa E-Government Development Index, tumaas po ng 16 spots. Complaints handling po, we're very proud of this, no, na yung ating legal department, ang resolution rate po ay napakataas. Out of 25,988 complaints that we received from 2018 up to the latest March 2025, ang resolution rate po natin is 99.7%. Dahil po dito, lalo pa po natin paigtingin ang pangdinggin ang mga reklamo ng ating taong bayan. This year po, we will be launching the Electronic Complaints Management System. With the use of artificial intelligence, we will be able to receive complaints 24/7. At atin din po mamomonitor ang status po nito. Ito po ay ating ginagawa. Lahat po tayo ay gusto natin sama-sama, no? Dapat po ay patuloy tayo sa pagbigay lang ng mga magandang balita sa ating taong bayan. Pero, kung meron pa rin po kayong reklamo, madali po i-ARTA po ninyo. Tumawag kayo 8888 or sa hotline 12782 o kaya mag-email lang po sa ating email complaints@arta.gov.ph. In fact, marami po tayong narinig na testimonials from, in fact, during our kapiyan sa Manila Hotel po, si Sergio Ortiz Luis mismo, President ng Exporters Confederation. Sinabi po niya, at least 3 kaibigan niya, sinabi lang may problema sa isang ahensya. Sinabi, i-ARTA namin kayo. Inaksyonan po kaagad ito. This was not the first time that I heard of it. No. So, yun po ang aking talagang sana ipalam natin sa ating taong bayan, sa ating mga kababayan. Maganda po ang potensyal na ating bayan. Marami po na-expect dito ang private sector support po, yung mga businessmen natin, chambers of commerce, even ambassadors. Go to us, no? Ano pa ba ang pwede naming maitulong sa inyo? Ganito po kagandang prospect ng ating bayan. In 2028 po, ang ating gusto ay lahat po ng local government units should be compliant with the electronic business one-stop shop because we know that by attracting businesses to come in, that's why we're replacing red tape with red carpet because this is the number one concern amongst the businessmen. Dito po ba sa Pilipinas ready tayo for business? Kapag napaalam po natin sa buong mundo na ang Pilipinas ay ready for business, dadagsa po ang mga negosyante dito. Dadami po ang negosyo dahil dito we will have more business and livelihood opportunities for our people.
Thank you very much, Secretary Ernesto Perez. We now open the floor to questions. Alvin Baltazar, Radio Pilipinas.
DJ Perez, magandang umaga po. Kanina po nabanggit nyo, sabi nyo meron pang mga LGUs na hindi pa compliant, nasa mga 131 at sabi nyo sasampahan ng kaso. Anong kaso ang isasampa natin sa kanila, DG?
Una, we observe due process, no? Doon po meron kasi tayong 8 regional field offices. May report po sila sa yung mga LGUs sa ating Compliance Monitoring Evaluation Office. Ang una po nating pinuntahan, yung talagang walang IBOS, no? Electronic Business One-Stop Shop. Yung hindi po talaga, wala talaga. Ang pinadala po natin ay notices to explain ay 431 in 2 batches. Una po natin pinadalan 149, no? And then second batch 282. Sumagot naman po, unfortunately hindi lahat sumagot. So out of that 431 LGUs na pinadala natin ng notices to explain, 134 ang hindi nag-respond. Alam nyo ba na as early as the Salonga Law, no, doon sa Code of Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, kapag tayo ay hindi sumagot sa isang question, concern, complaint, within 15 working days from receipt, liable na po sila. Yun po ang ating gagamitin, hindi lang po dahil required sila ng Ease of Doing Business Law for all local government units to set up and operationalize an electronic business one-stop shop. Sinasabi din po doon ng heads of agencies, the mayors, are responsible for not complying with the Ease of Doing Business Law. At Dahil hindi po sila sumagot, yun po ang ating legal basis. And hindi po kami natatakot na sampahan sila ng demanda because we have a legal basis for it.
So, anong parusa dito, DG?
We leave it to the Office of the Ombudsman po to determine. Kasi siyempre ang ARTA po, ang aming mandato ay mag-imbestiga to conduct investigation. And whatever finding we have, we will refer it to the Office of the Ombudsman. Ang Ombudsman po ang mag-determine kung ano talaga yung dapat. But dahil may violation, merong equivalent penalty.
DG, habol ko na lang po ito. Nabanggit nyo yung kanina sa mga reklamo. Ano ba yung mga pangkaraniwang reklamo na nakakarating sa ARTA?
Ito po, karamihan talaga kasi din po sa Ease of Doing Business Law, lahat po ng government agencies are required to process within standard processing time of 3, 7, 20 working days. Ang karamihan po dito ay yung failure to act within the standard processing time. Out of that number, meron pong 7,692 ang hindi nag-process within the standard processing time. Meron din pong yung failure to issue official receipts, failure to set up a current or updated citizen charter. Pero karamihan din po yung mga not within the jurisdiction of the Anti-Red Authority. But ito po nire-refer natin sa kanilang Committee on Anti-Red Tape. Alam niyo po yung Anti-Red Authority, bagong agency, hindi po natin makover nationwide. Kaya tayo po naglabas ng circular requiring all government units and local government units to set up a Committee on Anti-Red Tape. Kaya binabato po natin yung complaint doon sa kanila at sila po muna ang mag-imbestiga noon. Kaya mataas po ang resolution rate dahil at that level, nire-resolve na nila. Pag hindi na-resolve, babalik sila sa ARTA, mag-imbestiga po tayo. Kaya maliit na lang yung percentage na natitira.
Christian Yosores, Radio 630.
Good morning, sir. Ano po ba yung common na rason nung ilang mga LGUs na hindi nakapag-comply sa pag-establish ng electronic business one-stop shop system kaya hindi po sila makapag-establish?
Well, yung usual po na rason nila ay mahina yung internet connection. Ang sagot naman natin, napabilis po natin to through Executive Order 32. Ang iba lang po talaga ay wala. Sabi nila, walang pera but you have merong data to show na kahit po yung 6th class municipality ay nakapagtayo ng electronic business one-stop shop. Kaya wala po talagang dahilan dahil as early as 2021, naglabas po tayo ng joint memorandum circular with the DICT, DILG at DTI kung saan nilatag po natin para yung guidelines para mabilis sa kanila ang mag-comply dito sa requirement ng electronic business one-stop shop.
May itatakta po ba kayong deadline para dun sa ibang pwede pang humabol sa pag-establish po ng e-boss system?
Of course, due process, kung po tayo, partner agencies natin sa kanila. Sila po, kinakapacitate natin sila, kasama po natin ang DICT dito, at bibigyan pa rin natin, ang ating pong timeline is up to 2028. Uunahin lang po muna natin yung talagang wala talagang even a co-located business one-stop shop. Yung pong merong mga partially automated, electronic business one-stop, ihuli na po natin yon. Unahin muna natin talagang walang compliance. Kaya dito sa ating gagawin, 134 LGUs will be charged for failure to set up an electronic business one-stop shop.
Sam Medenilla, Business Mirror.
Sir, kailan po tayo magsisimula mag-file ng kaso dun sa 131?
Within the week po, yung aking utos sa legal department, even before the election, kasi hindi po dahilan yun. Kasi this is something that is being directed by the President. Sabi nga niya, wala po exception dito. Kaya po kami malakas ng loob because we have the President on our side. Always telling us, labanan ng red tape. Hindi lang po ito ginagawa ng ating presidente publicly, even public sa aming meetings po, sa cabinet meeting, pag ako po yung nakaka-attend, palaging sa mind ng ating presidente na tanggalin natin yung pahirap sa taong bayan. Unnecessary requirements should be removed. Replace red tape with red carpet. Ganun po ka-sincere ang ating mahal na Pangulo. Kaya po kami, all out kami sa suporta dahil po sa direktiba ng presidente for all government processes to be streamlined streamlined and digitalized as the best way to fight red tape and corruption.
Tapos sir, out of dun sa 1,483 LGUs, ilan na po dun yung nakapag-comply sa IBOS?
115 po as of March 31 this year have complied with. 77 po this year. We are very positive makakapag-comply except lang po with the issue with the Bureau of Fire Protection. Kaya po tayo in-encourage po natin yung Bureau of Fire Protection na magkaroon ng Memorandum of Agreement with the local government unit. Kasi yun na po yung nantay na these 77 LGUs will be able to comply with if the Bureau of Fire Protection will agree sa kanila.
Tapos last na lang po for my part. With the expectation to attract more investments in the Philippines given the relocation of plants happening due to the tariff imposition by US, how is ARTA preparing the EODB climate in the Philippines?
We see it as an opportunity, as a challenge, as an opportunity. Just like the Chinese business. Last week po, bumisita sa atin yung Federation of Filipino-Chinese Investors. Yung founder po ng Happy Toothpaste, sabi niya, we look at it as an opportunity. So therefore, in-expect natin yung businesses to transfer from Vietnam, Cambodia, and coming to us. Kaya po tayo, inahanda na natin yung Pilipinas na magkaroon po ng business-friendly environment. Kaya po, ang theme natin sa Ease of Doing Business Month is red tape to red carpet, better business movement in a bagong Pilipinas.
Follow-up lang, sir. How is the ARTA preparing for dun sa pagpasok po nung expected na additional investment? Anong pong preparations natin?
We are working closely with the DTI, yung mga Department of Energy, Department of Environment, kasi po may focus nga on, kagaya po last week, nagkaroon tayo ng workshop, sponsored no less by the Asian Development Bank on digital infrastructure tsaka renewable energy. Ang ARTA po nagpa-facilitate lang, we coordinate and we recognize yung lead agency like for sa digital infrastructure para mapabilis lalo pa yung internet and we cover the entire Philippines. We recognize po the DICT as the lead agency. In renewable energy, ang concern po ng mga businessmen, mataas yung energy, electric cost. Para po mapababa ito, in-encourage po natin na to harness our potentials for renewable energy. Kaya po nagkaroon ng workshop mismo sa Asian Development Bank. At by June, we will have a study that will recommend to further expedite the permitting process in order to encourage investors to really come in. And we're really preparing for it.
Thank you, sir.
Clay Pardilla, People's Television.
Good morning po, Secretary. Balikan ko lang po yung processing of documents for the awareness of everyone. Ano po yung hanggang 3 araw dapat maproseso na? And what assistance can the government provide doon po sa mga partially compliant pa lamang sa IBOS? Thank you po.
Yung Ease of Doing Business po specifically requires all government agencies, including local government units, to classify their services or transaction into simple, meaning pag ministerial lang for them to act on it, 3 working days lang. Pag medyo requires some discretion, 7 working days. Pag kailan ng study, implications to life, safety, 20 working days, subject only to 1 extension. Very clear po ang batas na kapag ang application ay complete with all the requirements at required po sila to declare that in their citizen charter at bayad na po yung fees nila, lahat po ng answer are required to process or to act on the application within that standard processing time, subject only to 1 extension. At pag hindi po ito na-actionan, magreklamo po kayo dahil mabigat po yung penalty dito. First offense pa lang, 6 months suspension. Second offense, dismissal from service, forfeiture of benefits, perpetual disqualification from service. May kulong pa po, 1 to 5 years, may fine 500,000 to 2 million. Kaya ganun kami ka-effective dahil alam ng government official or government employee na mabigat po ang penalty ito at ang ARTA po ay uma-action kaagad, inimbestigahan. Kaya po yung ating resolution rate 99%. Ayaw na po nila umabot po doon sa formal complaint at isampa natin yung demanda sa Office of the Ombudsman.
Eileen Taliping, Abante.
Good morning, sir.
Follow up lang doon sa sinabi mo kanina, dito sa Metro Manila, isa lang yung hindi pa compliant. Ano po yung reason niya? Yung mahinang internet din ba o walang pera? Or reluctant lang siya na mag-ano?
Hindi ko nga po kasi identify na lang natin.
Yes sir, pakisabi po
Pateros. Yung Pateros. Kaya po municipality hanggang ngayon, di ba? Out of the 17 cities in Metro Manila, yung Pateros.
So,
Pinupuntahan na po natin ng tao at in-inspect, pina-explain bakit hanggang ngayon hindi pa sila nakapag-set up na. So ang susunod po noon
kasama po ba siya sa kakasuhan within this week?
Hindi po kasi hindi natin napadala ng notice to explain muna kasi binigyan natin sila ng pagkakataon na mag-set up. Fortunately, hindi po tumupad. So expect po na after the election we will.
Thank you.
Ivan Mayrina, GMA Integrated News.
DG.
Yes, sir.
115 LGUs compliant as of March out of 1,483. That's not even 10%. Mangangalahati na ho ang termino ng Pangulo. Anong gagawin natin para i-accelerate ito? What are the steps being taken to make more LGUs compliant?
Ang target po before the term of this administration ends in 2028, all LGUs must be compliant. Kaya po tayo, partner po natin dito ang DICT, DILG, tsaka DTI. Patuloy po yung ating orientation. No? Ready po kami. Pag sumulat sila sa amin, asking, tapos wala po silang dahilan financial dahil meron pong libre na system na dinevelop ang DICT. Nag-umpisa po to sa IBPLS, Integrated Business Permitting and Licensing System. Ngayon po, improve pa ng DICT. Meron na pong egov.ph. Libre po ito. Ang una lang gagawin ng LGU is apply. No? Ngayon, yung mga ibang LGUs po na merong pera, meron silang hinar na third party service provider.
But is that even a realistic goal, DG? Kalahati tayo, tapos wala pang 10%. And then, at the end of the term, lahat compliant?
Dahil in-intensify po natin. Kaya po tayo nagpadala ng 431 notices to explain. At kakasuhan po natin yung mga 134 LGUs na talagang hindi sumagot. Kasi base po sa ating experience, pag alam nila na serious ang any government agency and will file charges, they will act on it. I hope na hindi na nila antayin na file natin sila hindi naman ng kaso bago sila umaksyon. No?
Maricel Halili, News 5.
Sir, magandang umaga. Yung sinabi po ninyo na 131 LGUs nakakasuhan, saang areas yung karamihan dito?
Nationwide po ito kasi we have 8 regional field offices at yung ating pong regional field offices, sila po yung nagbibigay sa atin ng data, pinapa-inspect at we just have to make sure na talagang hindi sila sumagot.
Karamihan po ba nasa Luzon, Visayas or Mindanao?
I'm sorry, hindi ko po may bigay muna yung data but you will find out when we file with the Office of the Ombudsman.
No, sir, the reason why I ask that is because I wonder kung lahat ba talaga ng mga areas na yan okay na yung internet connection, because I understand hindi rin naman 100% yung connectivity natin nationwide until now.
Hindi po dahilan yung walang internet connection kasi we will make sure po na yung ating kakasuhan hindi po nila gagawing dahilan yan.
Sir, ipupush ko lang yung kay Ivan. How optimistic are you dun sa 2028 na 100% compliance? Kasi pag tiningnan natin ngayon yung ratio, masyadong maliit.
We have a roadmap. In fact, on May 22 po, ilo-launch natin yung Philippine Ease of Doing Business Reform Guidebook para even those areas na not covered with internet ay mako-cover natin. And ito po yung inaabangan din ng ating mga investors in collaboration with the World Bank. Ilo-launch, I think we are the only country in the world na magkakaroon po tayo ng formal Ease of Doing Business Roadmap. At ilo-launch po natin. Ginawa po natin in collaboration with all government agencies. Kasama po natin yung private sector. Kaya very optimistic po tayo na talagang ma-attain natin yung objective na ito dahil kasama po natin yung private sector, yung mga business people who are really the drivers of our economy.
Last question, Vance Fernandez, Police Files Tonight.
Good afternoon, sir. Paano ho mag-complain dyan sa ARTA? How do we complain sa ARTA?
Simple lang po, tumawag sa hotline 12782 o kaya 8888 o kaya mag-email po sa complaints@arta.gov.ph at meron pong sasagot, i-guide ang sino mang magreklamo. Kahit walang alam, meron pong sasagot ready at i-guide po ano yung mga dapat gawin, anong mga isasubmit na form.
Ganong kabilis po ang response?
Within 24 hours po. Pag may ireklamo nyo kami. Ganon po kami ka-confident sa ARTA.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary Perez.
Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Perez. Maaari niyo po tayong tumanggap na inyong mga katanungan.
Rich Bon Quevedo, Daily Tribune.
Good morning po, Yusek. COMELEC urge President Marcos Jr. to declare May 12 as a holiday. May decision na po bang Malacanang tungkol dito?
Opo, makakaasa po kayo mamaya po ay ibibigay na po ang proclamation. Ibibigay po namin sa inyo. Today. Opo, in-announce ko na po.
Thank you po.
Ivan Mayrina, GMA Integrated News.
Yusek, bukod sa driver's error, isa sa mga sinisisi sa nangyaring aksidente sa NAIA na ikinamatay ng 2 tao ay ang hinihinalang substandard na bollard na dapat sana napigilan yung SUV at naprotektahan ng mga tao roon. What does the palace have to say about this as well as the implied corruption in government contracts?
Opo, nakakalungkot po. May mga nasawi dahil sa di umanong depektibo na bollards na na-install po sa NAIA Terminal 1. At ito po na-install sa panahon po ng dating administrasyon at sa panahon po ng ni Transportation Secretary Arthur Tugade. Ngayon po ay pinag-iimbestigahan. Ito po ay July 2019 nung na-install po ang mga ito. Pinaiimbestigahan na po paano po ang naging procurement pati yung specifications. Yung po ay sa pag-uutos po ng Pangulo at ito po ay tutugunan kaagad-agad ni Secretary Vince Dizon. At pati po ang pag-inspect sa mga bollards at ang mabilisang pagpapalit po dito para sa safety po ng nakakarami.
Tristan Nodalo, Newswatch Plus.
Good morning, Yusek. Yusek, ngayon po nagsasagawa ng kilos protesta yung iba't ibang grupo po pagdating sa sitwasyon ng prime water. Sabi po ng Kabataan Party List, may mga estudyante daw po na mas gustong mahirap namimili between pagtulog o tubig dahil po sa hirap ng problema sa San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. And may nag-file na rin po ng investigation sa Senate at sa House of Representatives to look into the prime water situation. Sa part po ng Palas, may deadline po bang binigay ang Pangulo para sa result nung ginagawa ring investigation ng LUA?
Sa ngayon po, nag-iimbestiga na po at titingnan po natin kung kailan po ito matatapos, pero dapat po agaran po ito. Hindi po pinagtatagal ang anumang maaaring danasing kahirapan ng taong bayan. So makakaasa po kayo na mabilisang pag-action po dito ng Pangulo.
In connection po sa prime water din po was yung si senatorial candidate Camille Villar, and in recent alyansa rally po, hindi na rin po siya nabanggit ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Connected pa rin po ba itong sitwasyon ng prime water doon, or nagkakausap pa po ba ang Pangulo at si senatorial candidate Villar?
Sa ngayon po, hindi po natin alam kung nagkakausap sila. Hindi po ako, personally, hindi po ako nakaka-attend ng campaign sortie. So, nung sa Cebu, kung hindi siya naka-attend, so most probably at that time, hindi sila nagkausap.
Okay, and even sa, there's before that po, may isa pa pong rally na hindi rin nabanggit si senatorial candidate Villar. But on another topic na po, last na lang po, yung sa drug testing na in-order rin po ng Transportation Department. Bukas po ba yung Palace to reconsider yung decision ng drug testing? Kasi po sabi ng Piston, mahirap po yun dahil yung pera nga po yung kinikita nila apektado kapag ipinatupad yung mandatory drug testing para sa PUV drivers. Si former former Senator Tito Soto, sabi niya, after more than 24 million drivers were tested, only 0.06% tested positive, and it's simply money-making. Pag-aaralan po kaya ito?
Dapat pong pag-aralan kasi ito po ay kailangan din po. Tandaan po natin ang inaalagaan po dito yung safety po ng commuters, ng mga passengers, ng mga tao na gumagamit ng kalsada, including na rin po yung mga drivers. Hindi po ito basta-basta maaaring sabihin na huwag na lang gawin kung ito naman po ay makakasama sa safety. So, pag-aaralan pa rin po ito at huwag naman po agad nating husgahan na ito ay isang money-making device or strategy. Opo.
Last question, Alvin Baltazar, Radio Pilipinas.
Kasi sa panayam po kay Vice President Sara doon sa Zamboanga, sinabi niya na posible daw yung bentahan ng 20 pesos na bigas. Pero ayaw niyang ibahagi kung paano gagawin yung pagbebenta ng 20 pesos na kada kilo ng bigas kasi ayaw niyang tulungan si Pangulong Marcos. Ano pong reaction dito ng Malacanang?
Lumalabas po kasi kung ano po ba talaga ang anyo ng ating Vice Presidente. Lumalabas ng tunay na kulay ng Vice Presidente bilang isang public servant. Sa pag-amin niya, nandito po ang kanyang sinabi, na imposible talaga ang 20 pesos na bigas pero pwede siya. Hindi ko lang i-share sa inyo kasi ayaw kong tulungan si PBBM. Yan po ang tugon ni Vice Presidente ng Vice President. Sa pag-amin niya pong ito, na hindi niya i-share kung ano man ang kanyang kaalaman, kung mayroon man talagang kaalaman. Dahil nga sa ayaw niyang pagtulong sa ating Pangulo. Ito ay nagpapakita ng isang makasarili. Tandaan po natin, kung ano man po ang kaalaman na meron kayo para sa taong bayan, ito po dapat ay agad-agad na isinasagawa at hindi po dapat ito tina-timing. Hindi ba na po naiisip ng Vice Presidente ang kapakanan ng taong bayan, lalo na po yung iba ay nahihirapang bumili ng bigas kahit na nga po mababa ang presyo ng bigas. Tandaan po natin, ang paglilingkod sa bayan ay hindi isang laro. Ang gobyerno, ang bansa ay hindi isang malaking playground. Huwag naman po sana maging asal bata ang Vice Presidente.
Thank you, Yusek Claire.
At bago po tayo magtapos, isa pa pong good news para sa miyembro ng Pag-ibig. Dala ng patuloy na pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng mga miyembro, mas pinalaki at pinadali na ng pag-qualify sa Pag-ibig Multipurpose Loan. Sa ilalim ng mas pinag-igting o pinagbuting Pag-ibig MPL, maaari nang makahiram ang mga miyembro ng hanggang 90% ng kanilang kabuuang Pag-ibig regular savings, mas mataas ng 12.5% kumpara sa dating 80%. Para sa mga miyembro, dinagdagan at in-upgrade ang kanilang regular savings, lalo pang tataas ang kanilang loan amount dahil nakabase sa kanilang ipon ang kanilang mahihiram. Sa kabuuan, mas malaki ang maaari matanggap ng mga miyembro mula sa MPL upang lalong makatugon sa kanilang pangangailangan. Ang mga pagbabagong ito, gaya ng mas mataas na halaga at mas mabilis na eligibility ay ipatutupad din sa ibang short-term loan programs ng Pag-ibig tulad ng health and education loan programs at calamity loan. Pinaiksi na rin ang panahon para maging eligible ang mga miyembro sa pag-avail ng loan. Maaari nang mag-loan ang mga aktibong miyembrong may 12 buwang hulog sa Pag-ibig na mas mabilis ito kumpara sa dating requirement na 24 na buwan. Dahil dito, mas maaga ang maka-access ang mga ng pondo ang mas nakakaraming miyembro para sa kanilang mga agarang pangangailangan. Panoorin po natin to. At malugod ko pong ibinabalita na kanina ay inulat ng Philippine Statistics Authority na bumagal sa 1.4% ang ating headline inflation rate o ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa bansa nitong Abril mula 1.8% nitong Marso. Ito na rin ang pinakamababang inflation rate na naitala sa bansa simula noong Nobyembre 2019 na nasa 1.2%. Mula Enero hanggang Abril 2025, nasa 2% naman ang average inflation rate. Ayon sa PSA, bumaba ang inflation rate dahil sa mas mabagal na pagtaas ng presyo ng food at non-alcoholic beverages na sa 0.9%. Ito rin ang pangalawa sa may pinakamalaking share sa pangkalahatang inflation sa bansa. Nakatulong din ang pagbaba ng presyo ng transport na nasa negative 2.1%, bunsod ito ng mabilis na pagbaba ng presyo ng gasolina. Ang pagbaba ng inflation rate ay patunay na patuloy ang pagsisikap ng Pangulong Marcos Jr. at ng administrasyon na palakasin ang ating ekonomiya. Panoorin po natin ito. At dito po rin tatapos ang ating briefing. Maraming salamat, Malacanang Press Corps, at magandang tanghali para sa bagong Pilipinas.
Bilang isang commuter, ang hinahanap kong katangian sa isang kandidato ay yung for pro-public transport. Kumbaga, yung may malasakit sa aming commuter. Tsaka syempre, yung may konkretong plano para ma-resolve yung traffic talaga. Mahalaga ang pagboto dahil sa panahon ngayon, kailangan natin yung leader na magsisilbi sa atin ng totoo. Yung magbibigay ng boses sa mga pangkaraniwang tao.
Maging bahagi ng pagbabago. Bumoto ng wasto. Hatol ng Bayan 2025. Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
May nagbabalik sa bagong Pilipinas. Abangan ang patuloy naming paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang impormasyon at exciting developments sa Clark Freeport Zone. Ako po si Attorney Nicolette Henson para sa CDC sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
is where your health journey begins. Huwag palampasin ang weekly health advice mula sa mga eksperto. Masasarap at masusustansyang recipe. Guided exercises to boost your fitness levels. Tips to keep our fur babies happy and healthy. At iba-ibang fun activities na perfect pang-bonding ng buong pamilya.
Ito po si Niña Corpus. Samahan niyo kami tuwing Sabado alas 7 ng umaga para sa simula ng healthier and happier lifestyle ng buong pamilya.
Health at home. Dito lang sa inyong People's Television.
Ayon sa Local Government Code of 1991, ang legislative power ng mga local government unit ay nasa kamay ng mga sangguniang panlalawigan o provincial board, sangguniang panlungsod o city council, at sangguniang bayan o municipal council. Sa datos ng COMELEC, tinatayang may 772 provincial board member, mahigit 1,000 city councilor, at mahigit 11,000 municipal councilor sa buong Pilipinas ang ating ihahalal sa darating na Mayo. Para sa mga board member o miyembro ng sangguniang panlalawigan, hanggang 3 ang pwedeng iboto. Dapat siya ay isang Filipino, at least 21 years old sa araw ng halalan, marunong bumasa at sumulat, rehistradong botante at residente ng probinsyang nais paglingkuran ng hindi bababa ng 1 taon. Para naman sa mga konsihal o miyembro ng sangguniang panlunsod, hanggang 6 ang maaaring piliin. Dapat siya ay isang Filipino, at least 18 years old o 21 years old sa araw ng halalan, marunong bumasa at sumulat, rehistradong botante, at may 1 taon nang naninirahan sa lungsod na nais paglingkuran. Para sa mga konsihal na miyembro ng sangguniang bayan, hanggang 8 ang pwedeng ihalal sa pwesto. Dapat siya ay isang Filipino, at least 18 years old sa araw ng halalan, marunong bumasa at sumulat, rehistradong botante at residente ng kanyang munisipalidad nang hindi bababa sa 1 taon. Ang mga mahahalal na miyembro ng sanggunian ay manunungkulan ng 3 taon at maaaring ma-re-elect ng hindi hihigit sa 3 magkakasunod na eleksyon. Responsibilidad nila ang lumikha ng mga batas at mag-aproba ng budget na nakalaan sa pagpapaunlad ng mga munisipalidad, lungsod at probinsya sa iba't ibang panig ng Pilipinas. Isang mahalagang kaalaman para sa matalinong pagpili ngayong halalan.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang mga dapat ilagay sa go bag bilang paghahanda sa anumang sakuna. Maglagay ng tubig na maiinom at mga pagkaing hindi madaling masira. Maglaan ng espasyo para sa first aid kit at survival kit para sa mga hindi inaasahang pangyayari. Huwag kalimutan ang toiletries para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa katawan. Samahan din ang mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para ligtas at may alam, magdala ng personal protective equipment at mga teknikal na gamit. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Talagang perfect ang bawat umaga basta't may kape, pandesal at RSP Barkada.
Kaya naman tutok na sa favorite morning show ng bayan, Rise and Shine Pilipinas!
afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Malacanang Palace for the oath-taking of our newly promoted officers. So, our newly promoted officers will be taking their oath. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, having been promoted to the rank of your rank. Do hereby solemnly swear that I will well and faithfully discharge, to the best of my ability, the duties of my present position and of all others I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines, that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the laws, legal orders and decrees duly promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines, and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now let us hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
The Presidential Advisor for Military and Police Affairs, Secretary Roman Felix, please take your seats. The Philippine Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Ronnie Hill Gaban. Of course, the newly promoted star-ranked officers of the Philippine Coast Guard and their families who are with us here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, a good day to all of you. Before I begin, let us take a moment to honor and to remember Sea Woman Second Class Dain Janica Rendoque Alinas. She is no longer with us, but her courage and dedication continue to live on. Allow me to extend my deepest condolences and prayers to her family, to the folks, and to the Philippine Coast Guard community. For decades, the PCG has stood as a vigilant force across our seas, calm in crisis, firm in mission, unshakable in your dedication to serve. Driven by your vision to become a highly professional, multi-missioned, and modernized maritime force, you have made enormous strides. From routine operations to moments of peril, your commitment has been strong and unwavering. From January 2024 to March 2025 alone, you have managed to conduct about 2.7 million inspections, covering pre-departure checks, vessel safety, emergency readiness, and port state control. Behind every inspection is a promise that every Filipino who sets sail will return home safely. Nearly 45,000 seaborne missions and over 3.1 million square nautical miles of patrols show both the scale of your responsibility and the depth of your determination. And in moments when lives hang in the balance, you have proven time and again, the Coast Guard is there. The Coast Guard never turns away. You have responded to over 2,000 maritime incidents and rescued nearly 4,500 individuals. Each one tells a story of survival because someone in uniform answered the call. This is what sets the PCG apart. In the face of uncertainty, you show up. In the middle of the storm, you bring order. In the loneliest parts of our waters, you bring hope. And you go beyond protecting lives. You also protect what sustains life. Your leadership in responding to the empty Terra Nova oil spill was a defining moment for the Coast Guard. You coordinated swiftly, acted decisively, prevented further devastation to our marine ecosystems. That is what service looks like: anticipating, acting with purpose, and leaving no community behind. You further enforced our environmental standards with nearly 18,000 inspections of vessels and facilities and 555 shore-based patrols, ensuring that those who operate in our waters always respect those waters. In maritime law enforcement, you have held the line with discipline and with resolve. Over 33,000 sea marshalling operations, nearly 600 individuals that have been held accountable for illegal maritime activities. These figures are proof that the PCG remains a trusted guardian of peace and justice at sea. But perhaps nowhere is your presence more crucial than in the West Philippine Sea. Your continued patrols across the Kalayaan Island Group, the Philippine Rise, other maritime zones reaffirm our unwavering commitment to our sovereign rights. What you are doing is not only protecting territory. What you are doing is not only protecting citizens. You are defining for the rest of the world the territory of the Republic of the Philippines. And having done so, you are defending that territory. That is the importance of what the job has become for Philippine Coast Guard. The missions are declarations. We will always stand for what is ours, and we will do so with dignity, with integrity, but with strength. To further support this mission, you have conducted 130 maritime patrols and domain awareness activities. You likewise distributed 36 high-speed rigid boats across PCG districts, reinforcing our rapid deployment and interdiction capabilities. More importantly, you harness the power of cooperation, of goodwill, and diplomacy in guarding our territory. You have forged valuable partnerships with the United States, Japan, our ASEAN neighbors through joint patrols and port visits. These are strategic actions that preserve peace, that ensure the freedom of navigation, and protect the livelihoods of our fishermen who rely on these waters. We have made meaningful progress, but we must also recognize that the work is never over. And that is why we are here today. To our newly promoted officers, 2 vice admirals, 8 rear admirals, and 19 commodores, this ceremony is a covenant. It is a declaration that your country now entrusts you with greater responsibility and expects greater sacrifice to make a legacy that we can uphold. This moment belongs to you, as well as to your families and your loved ones, those who have stood behind you, beside you, and at times carried you through. We honor their sacrifices as we celebrate your achievements. Your promotions are not merely steps in your career, they are steps forward for yourselves, for the Coast Guard, but also for the nation. You now wear stars on your shoulders. May these remind you to embrace with humility, to lead with purpose, and to serve with courage. In a time of global instability and rising maritime tensions, we look to you. Together with the Philippine Navy, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, to stand the ground in stormy seas and never waver in what is right. This administration stands with you to boost your capabilities to advance vessels through new technologies and to support systems which reflect the scale and the urgency of your work. Just as you protect our people, we will ensure that you and your families are likewise protected. Aside from the comprehensive social benefits program, I am pleased to note that in April of 2025, I have signed the Free Legal Assistance for Military and Uniformed Personnel Act. This benefits personnel who face any charge arising from incidents related to their performance in their official duty. Let us move forward together with clarity of purpose and unity of heart. We will sail towards a future that is peaceful, resilient, and sovereign. Because when the seas are rough, the nation looks to the ones who stand unwavering. And today, we can say with confidence, the Coast Guard is ready. Congratulations to our newly promoted officers. Mabuhay ang tanod baybayin ng ating bansa. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this point, may we request the President to kindly grant us a photo opportunity with each of our promoted Philippine Coast Guard officers and their immediate families. First, may we invite on stage Vice Admiral Charlie Q. Rances with his family. Thank you. Vice Admiral Edgar L. Ibanez with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Genito B. Basilio with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Inocencio C. Rosario Jr. with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Alan J. Dalangin with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Joven L. Fabul with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Tito Alvin G. Andal with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Mitzi Silva Campo with her family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Agapito B. Bibat with his family. Thank you. Rear Admiral Romel A. Supangan with his family. Thank you. Commodore J. Bom J. Kalika with his family. Thank you. Commodore Roderick V. Danila with his family. Thank you. Commodore Ivan E. Roldan with his family. Thank you. Commodore Gary Dale C. Himatea with his family. Thank you. Commodore Pamela D.C. Dolina with her family. Thank you. Commodore Maricor R. Soliva with her family. Thank you. Commodore Dorothy D. Manglikmot with her family. Thank you. Commodore Glide Jean Mary G. Santillanosa with her family. Thank you. Commodore Paulo Z. Abehuela with his family. Thank you. Commodore May B. Marfil with her family. Thank you. Commodore Ludovico D. Librilla Jr. with his family. Thank you. Commodore Roderick M. Elioran with his family. Thank you. Commodore Dennis Rem C. Labay. Thank you. Commodore Joel M. Simoag with his family. Thank you. Commodore Christopher D.P. Auro with his family. Thank you. Commodore Antonio B. Sontilianosa Jr. with his family. Thank you. Commodore Nelson J. T. Timbang with his family. Thank you. Commodore John B. Esplana with his family. Thank you. Commodore Oliver S. Tanseco with his family. Thank you. And Admiral Ronnie Hill L. Gavan with his family. Thank you. Second, may we invite the President downstairs for a photo opportunity with the oath takers. Thank you. Please exit to your left. Thank you, Mr. President, for granting us a photo opportunity. And that concludes our oath-taking ceremony. Again, congratulations to our 29 PCG officers.
GADWatch, Solo Parents Act.
Yung Expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act, isa itong batas na naglalayon na protektahan yung mga karapatan ng mga solo parents at ganun din yung kanilang mga anak. Halimbawa dyan ay yung pagdadagdag doon sa solo parents leave. Napakahalaga nito para matiyak na yung mga solo parents natin ay present sa mga significant events or milestones ng kanilang pong mga anak. This Expanded Solo Parent Welfare Act entitles solo parents na makatanggap ng 1,000 pesos monthly subsidy. Gayon din yung discounts na ibinibigay para sa mga solo parents naman na may mga anak 6 years old pababa. This enables them to purchase diapers, milk, medicines, or vitamins or supplements for their children. Sustainable Livelihood Program, they will be prioritized in either tracks, which is micro-enterprise development or employment facilitation. Likewise, they are also prioritized for other social assistance, like assistance to individuals in crisis situation. Other government agencies have also extended support for solo parents as prescribed under the law. So, si DOH, of course, yung discount and exemption from value-added tax to solo parents on the purchase of commodities. Gayon din naman sa PhilHealth, of course, yung automatic coverage as prescribed under the Universal Healthcare Law. And sa National Housing Authority, yung housing provision to indigent solo parents. Sa CHED or in the UNIFAS, meron din namang isinasagawa na coordination for scholarship exclusively for solo parents and their children. Mahalaga ding mabanggit yung mga iba pang mga assistance. Ito yung mga non-monetary assistance like counseling, psychosocial first aid, psychological intervention, especially if a solo parent has undergone a traumatic experience. The first thing that they need to do is to go to the respective City Social Welfare Development Office for the issuance of a solo parent welfare ID. And from there, you could already claim yung pong mga iba't ibang mga benefits for solo parents. We build or increase their level of awareness so that they would be encouraged to register. Because again, following the principle of inclusivity, dapat walang maiiwan, lahat nababahaginan ng tulong.
GADWatch.
Maraming salamat po sa UP Community Broadcaster Society ng University of the Philippines Los Baños sa pagkilalang iginawad sa aming mga programa sa katatapos na 19th Gandingan Awards. On assignment, Most Development-Oriented Magazine Program. Artsy Craftsy, Most Development-Oriented Children's Program. At Schoolmates, bilang Most Participatory Program at Most Development-Oriented Youth Program. Aming ikinararangal ang maging tagahabi ng kasaysayan para sa bayan. Join us for your nightly news fix and stay informed with our comprehensive coverage of news, business, politics, current events, and more from our network of journalists across the Philippines and the rest of the world. Anchored by William Theo and Charms Espina. PTV News Tonight. Mondays to Fridays, 10 p.m. Only here on PTV. Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. Para sa aming provincial networks sa PTV Legazpi, PTV Ilocos Norte at PTV Cotabato. Administrative and Sales Assistant. Ipadala ang iyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph. Tutukan ang mga solusyon at aksyon sa mga tukan ang pagsasanib puwersa para sa pinakakomprehensibong newscast ng bayan, Balitang Pambansa. Sa pamumuno ng Presidential Communications Office, ihahati ang pinakamalakas at pinakamalawak na pag-uulat mula sa buong communications group ng pamahalaan, Philippine Information Agency, Presidential Broadcast Service, IBC, Philippine News Agency, at ang inyong People's Television. Isang boses, isang balita, nagkakaisa. Balitang Pambansa. Lunes hanggang Biyernes at masusubaybayan sa lahat ng himpilan ng TV at radyo at digital portals ng buong Presidential Communications Office. Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I'm Princess Abiba Saripaudak. Welcome to Balitang Pambansa. Tonight's headlines. The government has come up with the necessary programs to help slow down the country's inflation rate. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. underscored that the recent accidents that led to loss of lives should not happen again and has ordered concerned agencies to take the necessary preventive steps. The administration bets continue to lead in a survey on preferred senatoriables. On top of the news, a combo of monetary policy reforms, social development programs, and subsidies and slowing down the rise in food prices was government's surefire formula to rein in inflation substantially with a nearly 2.5 percentage point decline since a year ago. Our Christian Bascones enumerates a number of government's programs that have helped bring down inflation, plus its relentless efforts to slash the cost of the country's staple grain millions can't live without in this report.
AKA, Sibol, Card, Isip,
Farm, Tupad, and 4Ps. These are social assistance programs from the government that have supported those in the vulnerable sectors to increase their spending capacity. In addition to monetary policy adjustments by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the close monitoring of prices of basic commodities, and most importantly, the declaration of a food security emergency to address the rice price hike. These are among the big contributing factors why the inflation rate dropped in April this year. According to the latest data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, the inflation rate dropped to 1.4% in April 2025, compared to 3.8% in the same month in 2024 and 1.8% in March 2025.
Alam natin na yung pinakamataas na weight doon sa ating basket ay bigas, at ito ay talagang pababa na. Itong Abril 2025, ang ating inflation for rice ay nasa negative 10.9%. So malaking contribution ito doon sa pagbaba ng presyo ng overall na bilihin at serbisyo sa bansa.
The price per kilo of regular milled rice in April this year was at 44 pesos and 45 centavos, lower than April 2024's price of 51 pesos and 25 centavos and March 2025's price of 46 pesos and 9 centavos. For well-milled rice, the price stood at 50 pesos and 54 centavos per kilo in April, as opposed to 56 pesos and 42 centavos per kilo in April 2024, and 52 pesos and 20 centavos per kilo in March this year. As for special rice, the price was 60 pesos and 69 centavos per kilo this April, compared to 64 pesos and 68 centavos per kilo in April 2024, and 62 pesos and 50 centavos per kilo in March 2025. Meanwhile, the government's program of selling rice at 20 pesos per kilo has greatly contributed to the decrease in overall inflation.
Mas malaki ang impact pag umabot na dun sa 20 pesos no yung price. Binabantayan natin ito. Sa ngayon, sabi ko nga kanina dun sa regular milled, nasa 40 pesos level, negative 13.3% na. No? So, pag bumaba pa ito, of course, mas malaki yung contribution niya doon sa pagbaba ng overall inflation. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, yung bigas ang isa sa may pinakamataas na weight sa ating overall inflation basket. Ito ay may weight na 8.9%.
According to the PSA report, these are the three major reasons for the slowdown in inflation. First is the tumble in price of cereals and cereal products. Second is the drop in the price of vegetable and fruits. And third is the decline in the price of fish and other seafood products. The average inflation from January to April dropped to 2%, marking the lowest recorded inflation since November 2019.
This is Christian Bascones from PTV Manila.
Balitang Pambansa.
Members of the Pag-ibig Fund can now borrow up to 90% of their total regular saving, which is an increase from the previous 80% cap. This means that a member with 30,000 pesos in savings can now avail of a loan up to 27,000 pesos. According to the Palace, the policy adjustment is Pag-ibig's response to the growing financial needs of its members, while those with existing loans under the old guidelines are also eligible to avail of additional loan amounts based on the enhanced loan entitlement. Pag-ibig Fund also shortened the eligibility requirement from the previous 2-year membership rule. Members may now apply for a loan after making just 12 months of contribution. Meanwhile, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. reaffirmed the Philippines' commitment to defending its territorial rights, particularly in the West Philippine Sea, during the oath-taking of new Philippine Coast Guard or PCG officials. He praised the PCG for its role in protecting the nation's water, responding to maritime incidents, and rescuing individuals. The chief executive highlighted the PCG's significant efforts in inspections and patrols and promised to enhance their capabilities with advanced vessels, technologies, and support systems. He also assured benefits and free legal assistance for uniformed personnel. The latest string of fatal fender benders and road mishaps has prompted an alarmed president to order a revisit of the driver licensing process and thorough evaluation of public transport bus operators/owners. This as he extended his heartfelt sympathies to the bereaved families of the tragic and fatal road accidents and vowed to exact accountability and justice for them, as we hear more from our Kenneth Pasyente.
Following the recent incident at Naiya Terminal 1 that resulted in the death of 2 individuals, including a 5-year-old girl, and the multi-vehicle collision at SC Tex that claimed 10 lives, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. is ensuring that such tragic incidents will not happen again. This, he said, is through the reforms he has ordered to the concerned government agencies. The President ordered the Transportation Department to thoroughly review the driver's licensing process and to conduct a comprehensive audit of bus operators.
We are taking the following actions. Review of driver licensing to ensure that only fit, capable, and responsible individuals, whether driving public or private vehicles, are allowed on our roads. A nationwide audit of bus operators with clear sanctions for those who fail to comply with safety and maintenance standards.
The Chief Executive also instructed the Labor Department to strictly monitor unsafe and exploitative practices in the transportation sector.
A directive to the Department of Labor to crack down on unsafe and exploitative practices in the transport sector, because driver fatigue, long hours, and pressure to meet quotas should never put lives at risk.
He also expressed his condolences to the families of the victims in the separate accidents, along with the promise that there will be accountability and justice for the lives lost.
We owe it to the victims and their families to act, not only with sympathy, but with resolve. These lives will not be lost in vain. We will make the changes that need to be made. We will demand accountability where it is due, and we will build a transport system that truly protects Filipino people.
Meanwhile, the President has ordered an investigation into the allegedly defective bollards or metal posts at Naiya Terminal 1 that were installed in 2019 during the term of former Transportation Secretary Arthur Togade.
Pinaiimbestigahan na po paano po ang naging procurement, pati yung specifications. Yun po ay sa pag-uutos po ng Pangulo at ito po itutugunan kaagad-agad ni Secretary Vince Dizon. At pati po ang pag-inspect sa mga bollards at ang mabilisang pagpapalit po dito para sa safety po ng nakakarami.
The Malacanang also emphasized the need for the mandated drug testing for public utility vehicle drivers to ensure the safety of both passengers and drivers and to avoid similar incidents in the future. However, the government is open to studying this further to consider the driver's side.
Hindi po ito basta-basta maaaring sabihin na huwag na lang gawin kung ito naman po ay makakasama sa safety. So, pag-aaralan pa rin po ito at huwag naman po agad nating husgahan na ito ay isang money-making device or strategy.
From PTV Manila, Kenneth Pasyente, Balitang Pambansa.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has declared May 12, 2025 as a special non-working holiday to allow registered voters to participate in the upcoming national and local elections. Under Proclamation Number 878, the President stressed the importance of giving the public adequate time to exercise their right to vote freely and orderly. The proclamation was signed by Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin. The move is expected to help increase voter turnout and uphold the peaceful and democratic electoral process across the country. In a historic win for the Philippines, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. proudly declared the country's removal from the Financial Action Task Force's gray list. This triumph in the battle against money laundering and terrorism financing is a testament to the government's hard work and collaboration, paving the way for a brighter, more transparent future. As our Noel Talakay from PTV Manila tells us more.
That announcement, the Philippines emerged victorious in our fight against money laundering and terrorism financing.
This was part of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s speech during a ceremony in Malacanang to recognize the personnel from various government agencies for crafting policies and measures to combat money laundering and terrorism financing in the country. In 2021, the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, has previously included the Philippines in its gray list. This list comprises countries with weak policies and laws against money laundering and terrorism financing. However, in 2024, the Philippines was removed from the gray list. This means that the country now has strong and clear policies and laws against money laundering and terrorism financing activities.
Kaya naman po, umaksyon tayo dahil hindi natin gustong dumagdag pa ito sa mga pasanin ng ating mga kababayan.
Among top government officials honored were Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin, Department of Interior and Local Government Secretary John Vic Remulla, Justice Secretary Jesus Crispino Remulla, Trade and Industry Secretary Cristina Aldegar Roque, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Governor Eli Remolona Jr., and many others.
This success is proof of what we as a nation, as a government, and as a people can achieve if we work together. And as such, it is only fitting that we honor our collective acts of determination, of discipline, and of decisive leadership.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in his speech, he emphasized the importance of going beyond the mere implementation policies and protocols, urging a deeper commitment to core values and practice of integrity in daily life.
It means our OFWs can send money home at a lower cost. It also means that our businesses face fewer hurdles in securing international financing, which encourages foreign investment.
The chief executive also assured the public that his administration will continue to advocate the fight against money laundering and terrorism financing because the government under Bagong Pilipinas is built on transparency, accountability, and inclusive development. From PTV Manila, Luel Talakay, Balitang Pambansa.
There is much reason for the president to feel optimistic. At least two-thirds of his handpicked bets in dozen slate of his ruling coalition are favored to win based on the latest results of the major pollster surveys. Our Daniel Manalastas tells us more on the candidates' frenetic and feverish pace to court as many voters they can in their finishing kick at the campaign homestretch.
Based on the recent survey from Pulse Asia, senatorial bets of Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas continue to dominate. In top 6, 4 of them are from Alyansa. Meanwhile, Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel expressed support to the Alyansa slate, encouraging to help the president succeed by electing the senators he has endorsed. Even the religious group Jesus is Lord Church Worldwide has released an initial list of the senatoriables they will support, including 4 from Alyansa. Meanwhile, several Alyansa candidates continue to woo voters. Senator Francis Tolentino visited Laguna and Manila and encouraged voters to choose candidates which prioritize the welfare of the country. Senator Bong Revilla meanwhile visited Cotabato and received their support, citing his steadfast commitment in advocating for the welfare of Cotabateños. Senator Pia Cayetano visited province of Rizal where she had meeting with local leaders. Former Senator Panfilo Lacson committed to investigate the alleged discrimination against senior citizens when it comes to payment of their pension if he's lucky to return to Senate. Former Senator Manny Pacquiao thanked the JIL for their endorsement. Representative Erwin Tulfo meanwhile thanked our kababayans in another survey result showing he is leading. Former DILG Secretary Ben-Hur Abalos meanwhile wants to resolve problem on childhood malnutrition. Senator Lito Lapid meanwhile supports President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s stand when it comes to our territory. Former Senate President Tito Soto meanwhile highlighted the importance of principles. Mayor Abby Binay meanwhile wants to push amendment to Public-Private Partnership Code. From PTV Manila, Daniel Manalastas, Balitang Pambansa.
Meanwhile, 9 of the 11 senatorial candidates of Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas topped in the national pre-election survey of WR Numero Research. Based on the Philippine Public Opinion Monitor survey conducted from April 23 to 30, former DSWD Secretary Erwin Tulfo topped the survey with 48.7% preference. Former Senate President Vicente Tito Soto got the third place with 37%, while re-election re-electionist Senator Pia Cayetano placed third to fifth place with 36.6%. Also, re-electionist Senator Lito Lapid ranked as sixth to seventh placer, while former Senator Ping Lacson is at the eighth place. Outgoing Makati City Mayor Abby Binay is in the ninth place, and Representative Camille Villar and re-electionist Senator Bong Revilla is at the 10th to 11th spot. On the other news, the last batch of the ballots were deployed and were distributed to various areas in Metro Manila as part of the preparations for the 2025 midterm elections. This last batch of the ballots totaled 7.5 million. It was deployed to Caloocan, Marikina, Pasig, Valenzuela, and other cities. And tomorrow, it will be delivered to Muntinlupa, Taguig, Pateros, and other areas in NCR. According to COMELEC, this only means they are on track and on time with the deployment of all election paraphernalia. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives started to prepare for the fourth State of the Nation Address, or SONA, of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. that will be held on July. According to House Secretary General Reginald Velasco, they met Senate officials, Office of the President, and other concerned government agencies in relation to the preparation in SONA. As of now, they are still creating the system and policies for the SONA. Moreover, even if there were still no final guest list, the House Secretary General confirmed that they will invite Vice President Sara Duterte for the said event. Malacanang is proud to announce that several stunning beaches in the Philippines have been included in the 2025 World's 50 Best Beaches list. Among them is Intolala Beach in El Nido, Palawan, which secured the second spot, and Bonbon Beach in Romblon, which ranked 38th. The Department of Tourism, or DOT, pledged to continue promoting environmental protection and tourism growth under the National Tourism Development Plan 2023 to 2025. More than 100 local government units, or LGUs, will face charges from Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ARTA, due to failure of implementation and explanation when it comes to non-compliance to Electronic Business One-Stop Shop, or EBOS. Also, ARTA earlier sent notice to explain for more than 400 LGUs for failure of the implementation of the EBOS. According to ARTA, EBOS is important not just for faster transactions of local governments, but also to fight against red tape in relation to the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. As the country prepares to head the midterm polls next week, the government is working hard to ensure stable and uninterrupted power supply during the elections to provide a smooth, secure, and efficient electoral process. This and more in tonight's Business Wrap from the Philippine News Agency.
In our business news, the Department of Energy assures an uninterrupted power supply nationwide during the midterm elections on May 12th. DOE Undersecretary Felix William Fuentebella said the energy sector is fully prepared to provide stable electricity and fuel from voting transmission to canvassing. He said the energy sector has mapped out priority areas and is monitoring potential power vulnerabilities, particularly in Visayas and Mindanao. They will also be on the lookout for worst-case scenarios, including natural disasters that could trigger power interruptions. The DOE leads the Energy Task Force on Elections, which works closely with the Commission on Elections and Security Forces to ensure a smooth and credible conduct of the elections. Meanwhile, the Department of Agriculture has lifted the import ban imposed on heat-treated processed pork products from South Korea. Based on the Memorandum Order 23 from Secretary Francisco Tiu Laurel Jr., Korean pork products that underwent high-level heat treatment will be allowed to be brought into the country. On April 8, the import risk analysis deemed sterilized pork products from South Korea to be safe from export after meeting the World Organization for Animal Health standards. These products were banned back in 2019 due to the spread of African swine fever. The DA expects more pork products to be available to consumers in the Philippines, which will also warm up agri-trade relations between the two countries. And that's the latest business news from the Philippine News Agency. This is Maritime for Balitang Pambansa.
For our provincial news, in response to the rising cases of violence against women and children in the Philippines, information officers were urged to deepen their understanding of the anti-advocacy law and its implementation. A summit from the Philippine Information Agency, Mimaropa, tells us more.
Information officers must be well-versed in Republic Act 9262 or the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children or VAUSI Act to effectively combat gender-based violence and support survivors, a gender rights advocate said. During the Bridging the Gap Women's Empowerment and Public Sector Communication Forum organized by the Philippine Information Agency, lawyer Jean Phoebe G. De Mesa, head of the Provincial Gender and Development or GAD Technical Working Group, called for a more proactive and legally informed approach among government communicators. She said that gaps in knowledge often result in missed opportunities for intervention and can even perpetuate stigma or misinformation, pointing out that communication must be grounded in the law if we want it to be a force for change. The forum gathered information officers from various national government agencies to discuss how strategic messaging can advance gender equality and safeguard women and children from violence. PIA Mimaropa head Hemin B. Guillermo stressed the unique influence of public communicators in shaping community attitudes and driving behavioral change. Guillermo called on the information officers to not only relay statistics and policy updates but to humanize stories of survivors and promote services available to them. The participants shared insights and best practices in integrating gender-responsive messaging into daily communication work. The forum concluded with a renewed commitment among participants to strengthen gender advocacy through informed, strategic communication.
The organizers of the forum, led by PIA Oriental Mindoro, emphasized that sustained education, collaboration, and policy literacy are essential in transforming government communicators into frontline allies in the fight against violence and inequality. From the Philippine Information Agency, Mimaropa, a sapit for Balitang Pambansa.
Meanwhile, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, or BFAR, has played a key role in improving the lives of fisherfolk families through its scholarship program. Dennis Nebrejo from the Philippine Information Agency, Mimaropa, has more.
The Fisheries Scholarship Program of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, or BFAR, Mimaropa, is a significant help to the children of fisherfolk, providing not just financial aid for tuition fees but also for future job opportunities. This is aligned with the President's policy to prioritize projects that will benefit every Filipino. One of the beneficiaries of the BFAR Scholarship Program is Beverly Paglinawan, who shared her experience with the program before entering the Marinduque State University's College of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences in Gasan campus and eventually finding a job. Paglinawan shared that the program provided crucial support in completing her studies, as her family was experiencing significant financial challenges prior to the introduction of the scholarship program. It was only later that Beverly learned about the scholarship program at MARSU, where she could be a full scholar for a course in fisheries and aquatic science. This marked the beginning of a better life for her. As a BFAR scholar, she received a monthly living allowance of 5,000 pesos, a semester book allowance of 2,000 pesos, on-the-job training or practicum support of 3,000 pesos, special problem support of 7,000 pesos, and graduation support of 1,500 pesos.
To qualify for the program, applicants must meet the following requirements: born in the Philippines, completed IELTS, senior high school, or graduated from high school, not older than 25 years old at the time of the examination, have good moral character, come from economically disadvantaged background, and among others. From the Philippine Information Agency, Mimaropa, Dennis Nebrejo, Balitang Pambansa.
And that concludes a rundown of the latest, widest, and most comprehensive news and information from all across the nation. This is your trusted news source, always ready to inform and serve the Filipino people. Catch Balitang Pambansa again tomorrow at 7 a.m., 12 noon, 6 p.m., and 9:30 p.m. for more updates and developments. From Radyo Pilipinas, I'm Princess Abiba Saripaudak, and this is your Balitang Pambansa.
PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina. Maraming salamat po sa UP Community Broadcaster Society ng University of the Philippines Los Baños sa pagkilalang iginawad sa aming mga programa sa katatapos na 19th Gandingan Awards. On Assignment, Most Development-Oriented Magazine Program. Artsy Craftsy, Most Development-Oriented Children's Program. At Schoolmates bilang Most Participatory Program at Most Development-Oriented Youth Program. Aming ikinararangal ang maging tagahabi ng kasaysayan para sa bayan. Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mag-ingat sa dengue. Ang dengue ay isang viral infection na nagmumula sa kagat ng lamok na Aedes na sanhi din ng iba pang sakit gaya ng Zika virus at chikungunya. Ito ay nagdudulot ng mataas na lagnat, pamamantal, pananakit sa likod ng mata at ulo, kasukasuan at kalamnan na pwedeng magtuloy sa severe dengue na may kasamang pananakit ng tiyan at pagsusuka, pagdurugo at hirap sa paghinga. Ang mga sintomas ay karaniwang nagtatagal mula 2 hanggang 7 araw. Tandaan ang 4S sa laban natin kontra dengue. Suyurin at sirain ang mga pinamumugaran ng lamok. Sarili ay protektahan. Sumangguni agad sa pinakamalapit na doktor o pagamutan at suportahan ang fogging at spraying activities kapag may banta ng outbreak. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
Is it a yes or a no? Are you anti or pro? Pagdating sa mga isyung panlipunan, stay woke or go broke?
Basta relevant, napapanahon at makabuluhan para sa kabataan.
Pag-usapan natin yan sa
Schoolmates, the country's longest-running youth forum and debate show on TV.
Join ka na sa masayang usapan every Thursday dito lang sa PTV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Tonight's top stories. Authorities describe the deployment and recovery of a manned submersible vessel of a Chinese research ship in Philippine waters as worrisome. The lower house probe on the complaints against the services provided by Prime Water continues. Philippine tennis sensation Alex Ayala rises to number 70 in the WTA rankings. All these and more on PTV News Tonight. Good evening. Welcome to PTV News Tonight. The government social assistance programs, the monetary policy adjustments of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the close monitoring of basic commodity prices, and the declaration of a food emergency are among the major contributing factors to the drop in the inflation rate in April this year. According to the latest data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, the inflation rate dropped to 1.4% in April 2025 compared to 3.8% in the same month in 2024 and 1.8% in March 2025. The price per kilo of regular milled rice in April 2025 was 44.45 pesos, lower than 51.25 pesos in April 2024 and 46.09 pesos in March 2025. For well-milled rice, the price stood at 50.54 per kilo in April 2025. This compared to 56.42 pesos in April 2024 and 52.20 pesos in March 2025. And as for special rice, the price was 60.69 pesos per kilo in April 2025 compared to 64.68 pesos in April 2024 and 62.15 in March 2025. In the meantime, the government's program of selling rice at 20 pesos per kilo has significantly contributed to the overall decline in inflation.
Mas malaki ang impact pag umabot na dun sa 20 pesos na yung price. Binabantayan natin ito. Sa ngayon, sabi ko nga kanina dun sa regular milled, nasa 40 pesos level, negative 13.3% na. No? So, pag bumaba pa ito, of course, mas malaki yung contribution niya doon sa pagbaba ng overall inflation. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, yung bigas ang isa sa may pinakamataas na weight sa ating overall inflation basket. Ito ay may weight na 8.9%.
President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. is taking action after recent deadly accidents at NAIA Terminal 1 and SCTEX. He ordered reforms to improve transportation safety, including reviewing driver's licensing, auditing bus operators, and addressing unsafe labor practices. An investigation into defective ballards at NAIA is also underway. In the meantime, Malacanang emphasized the need for the mandated drug testing for public utility vehicle drivers to ensure the safety of both passengers and drivers and to avoid similar incidences in the future. The chief executive also emphasized justice for victims and the importance of drug testing for public utility vehicle drivers while ensuring drivers' concerns are considered. In the meantime, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. has declared May 12, 2025 as a special non-working holiday, this to allow registered voters to participate in the upcoming national and local elections. Under Proclamation number 878, the President stressed the importance of giving the public adequate time to exercise their right to vote freely and orderly. The proclamation was signed by Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin. The move is expected to help increase voter turnout and uphold a peaceful and democratic electoral process across the country. The Philippine Coast Guard, or PCG, has once again taken decisive action, this time against a Chinese research vessel seen entering within the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ. In response, the PCG deployed the BRP Teresa Magbanwa along with an aircraft to conduct aerial surveillance to the foreign vessel. But just as the operation was unfolding, a submersible vessel was spotted. What happened next? Here's PTV correspondent Patrick De Jesus with a full report.
The BRP Teresa Magbanwa and an aircraft of the Philippine Coast Guard were immediately deployed to monitor the Chinese research vessel, which entered the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone. This is China's largest and most modern research vessel, Tanzhuo 3, which was first spotted on May 1, 92 nautical miles off the coast of Burgos, Ilocos Norte.
You are hereby commanded to stop your illegal activities, declare your intentions, and transit our exclusive economic zone continuously, consistent with international and Philippine national laws. Over.
The Chinese research vessel did not respond to the PCG's radio challenges. Amid this, a manned sea submersible vessel immediately approached and was retrieved by the research vessel. It was identified as the Deep Sea Warrior, or Shanghai Yongxi, capable of diving up to 4,500 meters underwater. Next, observe as a rigid hull inflatable boat or RIB from the research vessel approaching a long yellow object. This was also brought aboard the research vessel. According to the PCG, this is the first time they have caught a Chinese research vessel deploying a submersible vessel.
It is worrisome, nakakabahala in a way na it's because these Chinese research vessels have the capability for deep sea mapping. There is a possibility that they're also doing this kind of deep sea mapping in support of their submarine navigation.
Because of this, the PCG sees a strong possibility that previously recovered submersible drones from different parts of the Philippines may have come from China.
This operation that we really provided enough evidence that the Chinese government is really carrying out illegal marine scientific research within our own exclusive economic zone.
As of now, the Chinese research vessel is outside the country's EEZ. Last seen 250 nautical miles from Burgos, Ilocos Norte. The PCG will submit a report on the incident to the National Task Force West Philippine Sea for appropriate government action. Since 2023, 7 research vessels have been monitored entering the Philippine EEZ.
As far as the Coast Guard is concerned, I think we can highlight the fact that the deployment of the Coast Guard vessel is very successful since we were able to prevent them from completing their marine scientific research in our exclusive economic zone.
Meanwhile, based on AIS transmission and satellite images, Chinese vessels have become more active around Bajo de Masinloc or Scarborough Shoal in the past 12 months. This has been met with increased Philippine patrols, though our vessels have not been able to reach the reef itself. Nonetheless, the National Security Council asserted that any reclamation attempt by China on Scarborough Shoal would be considered a red line by the government.
What keeps us awake at night, of course, is the prospect of China, since they have presence in the area, turning the shoal into a artificial island or militarizing it. That is going to be very troubling. It is our hope, that they will not go that far, because reading what the president has said, that would be a red line for the Philippines.
The NSC also assured continued Philippine patrols in the West Philippine Sea to show that the country remains undaunted in the face of China's presence. Patrick De Jesus from the National TV for a new and better Philippines.
The crime rate in Metro Manila has significantly decreased by 26.08% in the first 4 months of 2025, according to the latest data from the NCRPO. From January to April, only 1,627 crimes were reported, a sharp drop from 2,201 incidences in the same period last year. Major crime categories that saw a decline include rape, physical injuries, homicide, murder, robbery, and theft. Despite the decrease in crime, the NCRPO maintains a high crime clearance efficiency rate of 99.32%. NCRPO Chief Police Major General Anthony Aberin urged the public to remain vigilant and alert for their safety. A good number of House Solons is convinced that presidential intervention ought to look into growing complaints of poor water services from a utility company owned by the family of the country's richest man. And the president's latest order to probe the mess is being spun as political fodder by no less than a sour-graping vice president who's grasping on straws to discredit the government she's supposed to serve. Armela Las Moras has the full report.
Leo's family has started getting sick due to their water supply problems. He said they always experience water interruption and at times supply contamination. They live in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, and Prime Water is their service provider.
Magbubukas lang siya 5 o'clock, 5 to 6.
5 p.m.?
5 a.m. to 6. Tapos uulit siya 9 to 10. Wala na. Yun lang ang yun na lang yung oras niya. Araw-araw, Monday to Sunday.
Because of the hardship Leo and his family are experiencing, and as a representative of the Alliance for Consumer Protection, he joined the Makabayan bloc in filing a resolution in the House of Representatives today regarding the issue. Under House Resolution number 2279, Gabriela Party List Representative Arlene Brosas, Kabataan Party List Representative Raul Manuel, and ACT Teachers Party List Representative Franz Castro are calling for an investigation into the alleged poor service of Prime Water and its impact on affected communities.
Kung wala silang tubig, minsan madaling araw dumarating. Minsan sobrang dumi ng tubig, hindi naman nila magamit. So marami pong mga ganong reklamo. So ngayon, dapat maging accountable ang Prime Water dito sa usapin na ito.
According to the lawmakers, people deserve proper access to clean and reliable water, as it is a fundamental right of every individual. They are calling for urgent action to resolve the issue as soon as possible.
Basic necessity ng tao, yung tubig. No, isang araw ka lang na mawalan ng tubig, talagang kakainis na.
Hindi tama yun, hindi yun makatao. Sobrang perwisyo sa buhay ng mga estudyante, mga kabataan, at lahat ng mga kababayan natin.
In an interview, Vice President Sara Duterte dismissed the issue as mere politicking. This comes amid scrutiny of the company owned by the family of House Deputy Speaker Camille Villar, who the Vice President recently endorsed and is apparently trying to have it both ways. However, House Assistant Majority Leader Zia Alonto Adjong strongly rejected this claim.
It's worth to look into. Tingnan natin. Kasi seryosong seryosong bagay. Dapat nga, ako sa aking palagay, dapat nga natin i-comment that when it comes to public service, partisan affiliation does not matter. Pagdating sa pagbibigay serbisyo sa publiko, secondary na lang yung concern natin doon sa political alliances. Kasi what's important really is the services to the people.
Prime Water, for its part, previously maintained it continues to take steps to improve its services. Melalas Moras from the National TV Network for a new and better Philippines.
One House Solon expressed disappointment and doubt on the safety ballards at the NAIA put in place to protect but ultimately failed. One of the Young Turks echoed the president's call to revisit the driver licensing process, which is fraught with loopholes and prone to bribery and corruption. And as our Melalas Moras reports, a unanimity for drug testing those behind the wheel of public transport buses was expressed by all lawmakers of both houses.
Several lawmakers demanded a thorough and independent investigation on the recent road tragedies in the country. Just last Sunday, 2 people died after an SUV crashed into the departure area of NAIA Terminal 1 in Pasay City. House Assistant Minority Leader Arlene Brosas, for her part, expressed extreme disappointment over the safety bollards in the area, which were easily breached, raising serious concerns about possible corruption on its procurement and installation.
Mababaw talaga yung bollard. So parang lumalabas, substandard ito. Mas malalim yung issue, ibig sabihin. Kasi kung ganun pala yung mga ginagamit, lalong-lalo na dun sa mga kontrata, sa pamahalaan, ano na lang mangyayari sa atin?
For House Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette Herrera, she emphasized the need for first aid training in these emergencies. Last Thursday, Labor Day, the multiple vehicle pileup at the SCTEX also shocked many as it claimed 10 lives. According to House Assistant Majority Leader Zia Alonto Adjong, now is the time to seriously tighten road regulations across the country.
I would think na dapat kailangan na talaga ng review ng ating land transportation and traffic code. Maging pedestrian-centered ang ating polisiya sa trapiko.
Senator J.V. Ejercito agrees. Senator Grace Poe, for her part, expressed support for the new policies introduced by Transportation Secretary Vince Dizon, which mandates drug testing for all PUV drivers. While Senate Committee on Public Services Chair Raffy Tulfo insisted a mandatory review on compliance by public utility bus operators with current or existing labor standards. Melalas Moras from the National TV Network for a new and better Philippines.
As the countdown to May 12 intensifies, the final batches of ballots are now being dispatched across Metro Manila. With just 6 days to go, the COMELEC ensures everything is on track, save for a twist in Laguna as 3 men posing as election officials are arrested for trying to tamper with sensitive election materials. Luisa Erispe has the full report.
Before 8 in the morning, the Commission on Elections started pulling out ballots from the National Printing Office. This is the last batch of ballots to be deployed for the 2025 midterm elections and is bound to be distributed in Metro Manila.
Kung sinisigurado ng komisyon na maaga ang distribution at may ilang araw pa bago pa mag-eleksyon na naandyan na yung mga balota, naka-standby para lang masigurado na protektado, secure yung mga balota po natin. So,
this last batch consists of 7.5 million ballots in total. For today, these will be deployed in Caloocan, Marikina, Pasig, Valenzuela, among others. And for tomorrow, it is headed to reach Muntinlupa, Taguig, Pateros, and all the remaining cities in NCR. According to the COMELEC, this only means they are on track and on schedule in its deployment timetable of all election paraphernalia.
Wala pong untoward incident, wala po tayong naging problema sa deployment, hindi lamang ng mga balota kung hindi ng iba pang election paraphernalia katulad ng mga ACM, mga baterya at iba pang gamit.
With just 6 days before the elections, the poll body is almost done with its preparations. The only thing remaining is final testing and sealing, which has been extended until May 8, and the enrollment of the overseas voting and counting system, which was also extended to May 10.
6 days away, kung napansin nyo, hindi ganon kabigat na yung mga natitira nating mga paghahanda. Ito, monitoring na lang, supervision, and then reporting na lang more or less ang hinihintay natin doon sa mga nagawa na natin.
While preparations are in place, COMELEC vows it will be after the perpetrators during elections. As a matter of fact, the police in Santa Cruz, Laguna arrested 3 men who allegedly presented themselves as employees of the commission under Task Force Contra Bigay. They were trying to inspect the automated counting machines.
Ginagawa nila doon sa lugar mismo kung saan nakaimbak sa Santa Cruz, Laguna, yung mga machine. Anong purpose nila doon? At hindi po kami papayag na basta-basta ganyan na lang. Ganong may mga nababalita na nagbebenta sa buong bansa ng mga nakaya daw nila allegedly nagawa ng paraan ang ating eleksyon. Pwede nilang ipanalo basta magbabayad ng milyon na piso.
The COMELEC assures to dig deeper on the incident and is all set to file charges against the 3 men in police custody. Luisa Erispe from the National TV for a new and better Philippines.
There is huge and growing anticipation for the government's Venteng Bigas Merana rice to hit the mega city, and hundreds of thousands of eager and excited customers will rush and form lines to the right and left of the outlets, distributing the cheapest staple grain in the market, which our Maribel Custodio enumerates in this report.
According to Margie, rice prices had already lowered.
Yung nabibili ko kasi ngayon, 45 ang kilo. Yung magandang klase na yun. Nung araw kasi, mahal, sobrang mahal. Pero ngayon bumaba na siya.
She was even more delighted when she learned that a 20 pesos per kilo rice will soon be available in Metro Manila. It will help her save more on daily expenses.
Ayun sa ilaw, sa tubig, ganyan. Tapos yung mga supply ng mga bata, tulad ng mga notebook, lapis, papel, gano'n.
The number of locations in Metro Manila set to launch the Venteng Bigas Merana program has increased from 8 to 19. This includes Kamuning Public Market in Quezon City, Bagong Silang Phase 9 Public Market in Caloocan, Navotas Agora Complex, and New Las Piñas Public Market. More locations will sell 20 pesos per kilo rice starting May 15, including Philfida in Las Piñas, the Bureau of Plant Industry in Malate, Manila, Bureau of Animal Industry in Quezon City, Disciplina Village in Ugong, Valenzuela City, Midway Park in Caloocan, and even in Lingayen, Pangasinan. The buying price of palay will remain at 24 pesos per kilo to avoid losses for farmers. To make it more affordable to consumers, the government will subsidize the price of rice from the National Food Authority, bringing it down to 20 pesos per kilo. According to the officials from the NFA warehouse in Valenzuela and Food Terminal Incorporated, they remain on standby for the Department of Agriculture's mandate to roll out the 20 pesos NFA rice. Meanwhile, the national government is planning to adopt a 20 pesos rice distribution system in Cebu, where a mobile application will be used for the distribution of rice through the Kadiwa ng Pangulo program. Only minimal changes will be made to the app to align with the national rice distribution system. These efforts are in line with the directive of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to ensure the food security for all. Vel Custodio for the National TV Network for a new and better Philippines.
But I'll give you the latest buzz here in Pop Culture Corner. First up, players, are you ready to play for one last time? Because Netflix released the new teaser of the hit K-drama Squid Game. Based on the Season 3 teaser video, the final chapter will premiere this June 27. In Season 3, there will be new games introduced, which will determine the fate of the remaining players of the game. The cast that was spotted in the teaser were Lee Jung-jae, Jo Yuri, Kang Hae-nul, Lee Byung-hun, and Wee Ha-jun. To recall, Squid Game became a global hit since its first season in September 2021, and it entered the most popular non-English TV list for its second season in December of 2024. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky are going to be parents again. The couple announced they are expecting their third child ahead of the 2025 Met Gala, where A$AP Rocky is serving as a co-chair this year. The 37-year-old singer and beauty mogul wore head-to-toe Miu Miu, a fitted gray blouse and a skirt with a visible baby bump, matching knee-high boots, a brown fur stole, and a black cliche hat in a portrait shared on Instagram by photographer Miles Diggs. Rihanna previously made a high-profile pregnancy reveal in 2023 during her Super Bowl halftime performance and later attended that year's Met Gala before giving birth. Filipina tennis sensation Alex Ayala continues her rise in the world rankings, achieving a new career high before entering the prestigious Italian Open. Following her impressive performances in recent WTA Tour tournaments, Ayala has climbed to world number 70 in the latest rankings. Ayala's rank continued with a rise to world number 140 in March, highlighted by her semifinal appearance at the Miami Open. After recent encounters at the Miami and Madrid Open, Ayala may face world number 2 Iga Swiatek once again at the Italian Open, where the Polish star is the defending champion. The Italian Open served as a crucial test for Ayala before her debut in the main draw of a Grand Slam tournament at Roland Garros in Paris, France. The Philippine national team will participate in the prestigious 2025 PDC World Cup of Darts. Lawrence Ilagan and Paolo Nebrida will lead the Philippine team against over 30 countries that will be held on June 12 to 15 in Frankfurt, Germany. It will be remembered that Nebrida made history by defeating former world champion Rob Cross in the Bahrain Darts Masters. Meanwhile, Ilagan currently ranked number 1 in the PDC Asian Tour Order of Merit. And we end this night with a quote from Tony Robbins. He is an American author, coach, and motivational speaker, and he says, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." And so goes PTV News Tonight's roundup of tomorrow's headline stories. I'm Shorm Zespina.
I'm Sheila Salaysay, and join us again tomorrow on PTV News Tonight.
Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. Engineering Division, Administrative Assistant, Audio Operator, Broadcast Operations Technician, Camera Operator, CCU System Technician, Musical Spinner, Studio Light Operator, Technical Director, Vision Mixer, TOC Technician, Uplink Technician. Ipadala ang iyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Pleasant greetings to y'all. Proud Filipina Sharms, Espina here. And for today's half-hour presentation, we showcase yet another original VOA production featuring a mother seeking freedom and belonging for her autistic son amid stigma and discrimination in Zambia. The feature also speaks to the significance for greater inclusivity for marginalized sectors through education and stepped-up advocacy.
That Mowgli. Oh! Christian, Christian, listen to me. Christian, look at me. I said, don't touch.
Mommy, I will put the buffalo's tail on it. Mommy, I can put the... Mommy, Mommy, I will put the buffalo's tail on it.
Remember, big boys walk on their own? Remember, big boys walk on their own. Yeah. So, take a while. He'll calm down a bit and hopefully. Okay, Christian. Remember, we're doing big boy things now. Okay? It's not time for baby Christian. It's time for big boy Christian. Can big boy Christian get up?
Mommy, why are the birds fighting?
I don't know why the birds are fighting, Christian.
I want to watch Netflix.
It's very hard to kind of get into Christian's brain to figure out what he's thinking at any given time, but it's usually parallel to what maybe we're thinking. I thought the birds were singing. He thought the birds were fighting. So that's him. He sees what he wants to see, and sometimes even in answering questions about who he is or what's he interested in, he just sometimes goes off the wall and just answers completely something different from what he was asked. If he decides that he's going to be an agent, that's what he'll be. He'll eat like an agent, walk like an agent, sleep at agent time. If anyone meets him in the mall and asks him his name, he won't tell them his real name. He'll tell them what he is at that moment in time, regardless of what you try to tell him, until his obsession over that thing is over. I'm living in a country where a lot of people don't even know what this is. They don't know what this is. What do I tell people when he's acting up? I mention autism. What is autism? So by the time I did get married, it was in my 30s, and I had all my kids in my 30s. So I had a girl, and then the other kid is born, and then I had my son in 2016, so they're about 2 years apart each. Of course, excited that had a boy.
Christian, say hi.
As a Real Madrid fan, it was supposed to be Cristiano, so we changed it to Christian. His name is Christian. So after he was born, there was a couple of things that I kind of thought maybe that he wasn't hitting his milestones, and I would ask friends and relatives who had boys, like, you know, he's not doing this yet. And their answer was always, oh, boys, they just don't develop as quickly as girls. You know, because the girls talk like at 9 months, 11 months. Before they were 1, they were already talking. But he was just kind of not in that same space. So I thought, okay, let me not, you know, think too much about it. Give him some time to kind of grow into his own. But again, the milestones were just not, they were not hitting. There were times you'd call his name and he just wouldn't respond, like.
Hi, Christian. Hi. 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 How are you? Hi. 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 Why'd you get so close? Hi. Say hi, Auntie Zuli. Hi. Say we miss you. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Okay, can we say bye-bye? Bye-bye. See you.
But his older sister got sick. Took her to the hospital and couldn't leave him. I think it was a weekend. And while she was being looked at, of course, I was with him in there. And the doctor stopped and said, I need to talk to you. Like after, you know, you're getting your medicines and stuff from the pharmacy, and come back in. And he says, do you know that maybe your child could be autistic? And I was like, first of all, it's ringing in your vocabulary, and all the dictionary words are going through your head, like, autism, what's autistic? And he gave us a card. He says, go and see this other doctor, it's a pediatrician, and let him just observe him.
Does that look like you?
Hey, I have a camera.
Could you take a picture?
Yes.
Take a picture of me.
We get to UTH, and this lady, this doctor, she sees him, and finally she says, yes, he is autistic. And as a parent, it's like, it's just, these people are talking about someone that I care about, and this is not, there has to be something else. And I'm blank. I'm pretty blank, because I was hoping deep down in my heart that that's not what she was gonna say. See, there's this thing in Zambia that we call ngulu. Ngulu are spirits, they're like ancestral spirits.
Akira akili yake etita na moja mbili. Akira akili yake etita na moja. Akili yake etita na moja moja mbili. Tenta kama pipi. Etita mapili mupitukwa. Mupitukwa. Papiri. Chigwa.
Ili nso iliseka wishi n'okushuluka nina wakota bamankole bamumana bakalikondola nabakapumbe bakalirya.
So like I was saying, some of these mentalities, you find them actually even in the scriptures.
I can't take my kid to Sunday school because he's is in a distracted state. He's agitated at other kids, and he can't sit in one place at the same time. And then I don't know what he's going to do next.
Because first people want to ask a lot of questions. The people want to attach mysteries to it. No, they want to attach sin to it and all those things.
I wasn't comfortable saying those words as well, to say, oh, he's currently being diagnosed with autism. So, he gets anxious and tantrums. Oh no, you just need to take him for prayers. All he just needs is prayers. I heard this so many times that at some point I just stopped going with him to church, because I was starting to get angry. I felt like I had to keep on defending him and why he would act certain ways.
The crocodiles, they're going to wake up, they're going to eat us. They're going to run away like...
Anyway, we can go out now. Let's go. We can go out now.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to carry before you go?
Okay. This one is
Is.
blue and bingo.
So the one has
It's
a
a
name.
butterfly fish.
And this one, what's the name?
That's a chick, Skyly. He's at the city to sing.
And this one here?
Skipper.
Skipper, Tiger, Boris. Sorry. Okay, Christian, let me give you the amount, small amount. Then put one by one. Put 1, 1, 2, 3, like that. All right. No. It's okay. Let's keep trying. Let's try green check. All right. Yes. Gone almost. Hey.
Camera. There's a camera. We are going to watch it for my son. It looks Bye-bye.
Push your hand and turn it. This one is called the blue house, okay? You feel better, right? Okay, so read next time.
I'm lucky I had a pediatrician that said, your child is autistic and put a name. Who's to say I might have taken my child to Deliverance, because that's what the rest of the circle that you were with are pushing for. So it's Deliverance to cast out whatever demons are tormenting your child so that they can now be deemed normal, or it's appeasing ancestral spirits for what you think is still spiritual. So remember, it's both spiritual in either way.
Orizona amesonika kutendeka mukayese kubafunza azibasobola ani kama mkubafunza reason cyane simbwa cyane kutende because kusonkana pamozi ngati banja chimatandiza. So nowadays vintu vapekwa kudala kunakana problem na vantu vanso why
And the children actually tend to get our things because the parents are blaming each other. Yes, so it's almost like the story is the same. You know?
This condition, this situation, I don't know how the more we talk about it, the more we are going to have it corrected.
Yes.
Otherwise, now it is reducing a bit, slightly, but we will just need to do a little bit more. So, Christian, you're welcome. God bless you. Okay? Good guy. Thank you, Mama. God bless you.
That one.
Christian, don't do that.
It's gonna bite your finger.
Christian, come and do this one, please. Christian.
Mommy, look.
I have to repeat myself several times a day just to be able to get him to do stuff. It's now kind of gotten used to it. It doesn't matter how dangerous something is, how simple something is, you have to constantly be repetitive.
Christian? Christian? Christian, please. Can we do homework now?
Bulgar branch. Kaya nang kabi.
Nachoka Kurusaka, service for Mulinga Autism Foundation. So, family service at the time. Kulivana munga mwana huyu asabira matu ndio mamnashia mwana wani so kamanga oneka vingazi wana so ndio mamnechezo muna tandizira mwana wani maneno mamnetandizira wana
Sasa doto matenda yena ya komai ya autism inamba matisira nzambo tumalami anataa kuno abwera
ya choko ndio
Is it a hard flower to pick? What do you want to do with the flower? Okay. Oh, thank you. You can put it in my So you're giving me the flower so that the bees can follow me?
Yeah. Oh. Right. Mommy, I'm going to swim. Somewhere. The branch.
No. It's not branch to string. Somewhere over here.
Mommy, we are Thunderman.
Thunderman.
Oh yeah, the Thunderman. Mommy, me I don't have my powers, but the Thunderman.
Forget what everyone else says your child will not be able to achieve. And it starts with us parents putting in as much as we can. But your child is special in whatever spectrum they're in. And the more you exert that positive energy, there's a lot that will flow into your child and what they believe you believe for them.
A new documentary each week on 52 Documentary. VOA Plus. Scan the QR code and watch it on your phone or smart TV.
So that's a wrap for today. We hope you came out a tad more informed by the show. And we look forward to you joining us the next time for another VOA offering. Here's reminding you to work hard, count your blessings while you catch the news right here on PTV. Sharms Espina here for Stories from the Grid.
Ang may init at maaaksyong balita sa mundo ng sports. Mapapanood na araw-araw kasama ang ating teammates. PTV Sports para sa atletang Pilipino, para sa bagong Pilipinas. Sa PTV, Maraming salamat po sa UP Community Broadcaster Society ng University of the Philippines Los Baños sa pagkilalang iginawad sa aming mga programa sa katatapos na 19th Gandingan Awards. On Assignment, Most Development-Oriented Magazine Program. Artsy Craftsy, Most Development-Oriented Children's Program. At Schoolmates, bilang Most Participatory Program at Most Development-Oriented Youth Program. Aming ikinararangal ang maging tagahabi ng kasaysayan para sa bayan. Consumer Watch, mga praktikal na paraan sa pagtitipid at wastong paggamit ng tubig. Hugasan agad ang mga plato para mas madaling linisin ang mga ito. Bawasan ang pagdidilig ng mga halaman at gawin lamang ito tuwing madaling araw o sa hapon. I-defrost sa chiller ang mga gagamiting karne at iba pang frozen food para hindi na kailangan gumamit ng tubig. Gamitin ang full load ng washing machine tuwing maglalaba at maglagay lamang ng tamang dami ng sabon o detergent. Iksian ang shower time o pagligo. Kung maaari, gumamit na lamang ng timba at tabo. Gamitin ang pinagbanlawang tubig sa paglalaba, sa pag-flush ng toilet bowl. Malaking tulong din ang tamang paggamit ng dual flush para makatipid ng tubig. Sa mga opisina, maiging i-switch off ang main valve ng tubig kapag wala ng tao. At para malaman kung may tagas ang linya ng tubig na nagdudulot ng malaking aksaya, i-check ang metro sa hating gabi o sa madaling araw kapag wala nang gumagamit. Maging bahagi ng solusyon at sama-sama tayong umaksyon. Dapat laging listo.
Tutukan ang pinakamalakas at pinakamalawak na pag-ulat. Hatid ng buong Presidential Communications Office. Ako si Sheila Salaysay para sa Balitang Pambansa.
Lunes hanggang Biyernes. At masusubaybayan sa lahat ng himpilan ng TV at radyo at digital portals sa buong Presidential Communications Office.
Magmula pa noong 1998 ay bumoboto na ang mga Pilipino ng mga party list representative na siyang kakatawan sa ilang mga sektor o partido sa ating Kongreso. Ayon sa Republic Act 7941 o ang Party List System Act of the Philippines, 20% ng kabuuang seats sa House of Representatives ay nakalaan para sa mga party list representative. Ang mga partido ay maaaring political party, national party, regional party, sectoral party, o isang koalisyon na nagsusulong ng mga advokasya o nagtataguyod ng mga interes ng isang partikular na sektor. Ang bawat party list representative ay may 3-year term at pwedeng inominate ng kanyang partido ng hindi hihigit sa 3 consecutive terms. Ang isang party list nominee ay dapat natural-born citizen ng Pilipinas, isang rehistradong botante, marunong bumasa at sumulat, residente ng bansa ng hindi bababa sa 1 taon, at least 25 years old, at hindi hihigit sa 30 years old para sa youth representative, at dapat ay bona fide member ng partidong kinakatawan ng hindi bababa sa 90 araw. Gaya ng mga district representative, mahalaga ang papel na ginagampanan ng mga party list representative sa ating Kongreso dahil kasama sila sa pagbabalangkas ng mga batas para mabigyan ng boses ang ilang mga sektor sa ating lipunan. Isang mahalagang kaalaman para sa matalinong pagpili ngayong halalan.
Good vibes ba kamo? Sagot namin ang umaga ninyo. Mula sa balitaan,
makakakwentuhan natin ngayong umaga.
Bagong kaalaman,
Hoping for the success.
hanggang sa Unli Chikahan. Kasama ang RSP Morning Barkada. Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 6 na umaga. dito lang sa PTV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Isang magandang bagong Pilipinas. Ngayon ay Martes, May 6, 2025. Diretsahang usapan ng mahalagang isyu sa bansa kasama ang kinatawa ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Mula sa Presidential Communications Office, ako po si Dale De Vera.
Mula naman sa Department of Justice, ako po si Yusek Margarita Gutierrez. Ihahatid namin ang mga programa at serbisyo para sa taong bayan.
Tutok lang, narito na ang bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Tiniyak ng pamahalaan ang patuloy na pagbabantay sa presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin sa bansa. Ito'y matapos bumagal sa 1.4% ang headline inflation rate o ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa bansa nitong Abril mula sa 1.8% noong Marso. Ayon sa Philippine Statistics Authority, ito na rin ang pinakamababang inflation rate na naitala sa bansa simula noong Nobyembre 2019 na nasa 1.2%. Mula Enero hanggang Abril 2025, nasa 2% naman ang average inflation rate. Ayon pa sa PSA, bumaba ang inflation rate dahil sa mas mabagal na pagtaas ng presyo ng food at non-alcoholic beverages na nasa 0.9%. Ito rin ang pangalawa sa may pinakamalaking share sa pangkalahatang inflation sa bansa. Nakatulong din ang pagbaba ng presyo ng transport na nasa negative 2.1%. Bunso dito na mabilis na pagbaba ng presyo ng gasolina. Ang pagbaba ng inflation rate ay patunay na sa patuloy na pagsisikap ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at ng kanyang administrasyon na palakasin ang ating ekonomiya. Samantala, bago tayo tumungo sa ating talakayan, humingi muna tayo ng update mula sa Department of Justice kay Undersecretary Margarita Gutierrez. Yusek, magandang tanghali. Yusek, binigyan parangal ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang DOJ kahapon. Maaari bang humingi ng detalye dito?
Asigdiel, mismo si Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ang nagbigay pugay sa Department of Justice sa ginanap na Presidential and National Anti-Money Laundering Counter-Terrorism Financing Coordinating Committee o NACC recognition ceremony sa Malacanang kahapon. Kinilala ang DOJ sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla sa mahalagang papel nito sa matagumpay na pagkakaalis ng Pilipinas sa Financial Action Task Force o FATF grade list at iginawad ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang isang Certificate of Commendation kina Secretary Boying Remulla at Undersecretary Jessie Andres bilang pagkilala sa kanilang pinamalas na husay sa pagpatibay ng anti-money laundering at counter-terrorism financing framework ng bansa. Sa ilalim ni Secretary Remulla, ipinatupad ng DOJ ang kaliwat kanang mga reforma bilang tugon sa mga layunin ng FATF Action Plan. Kasama rito ang DOJ Circular Number 20 na layong palakasin ang interagency coordination ng DOJ at ibang tanggapan ng gobyerno kasama ang DOJ Circular Number 30 na pinagtitibay ang ugnayan ng pulis at prosecutors. Bilang pagkilala sa mga mahalagang ambag ng DOJ laban sa money laundering at terrorism financing, ginawaran ng plaque of recognition ang ilang mga piskal at pangako ng DOJ na lalong pagbubutihin ang kampanya nito laban sa money laundering at iba pang uri ng financial crimes alinsunod sa mga plataporma sa ilalim ng bagong Pilipinas.
Congratulations sa DOJ, Yusek Marge. Pero bago tayo tumungo sa susunod nating interview, Yusek, pwede ba nating ipaliwanag ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng pagkakaalis ng Pilipinas sa FATF gray list para sa ordinaryong tao?
Asik Dial, maganda itong news na ito kasi it only shows how efficient yung banking system natin, how transparent we are, at syempre yung integrity ng ating banking institution. Sa ibang salita, mahusay ang ating mga banking institution at pwedeng pagkatiwalaan.
Maraming salamat sa update mo sa amin, Yusek Marge Gutierrez.
Samantala, update sa mga programa at serbisyo para sa mga senior citizens at ang paghahanda ng sektor na ito sa nalalapit na midterm elections, ating alamin kasama si Dr. Mary Jean P. Loreche, Officer in Charge and Commission Member 4 ng National Commission of Senior Citizens. Dr. Jean, magandang tanghali po at welcome sa Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Magandang araw din po, Yusek Marge and Asek Dale. Ako po ay nagagalak upang maiparating sa ating mga kababayan ano-ano ang mga programang meron ang ating national government for the senior citizen population.
Exciting pala ang talakayan natin ngayong hapon na ito, no? Ma'am, para mas maunawaan po ng ating mga kababayan, ano po ang pangunahing mandato ng National Commission on Senior Citizens at paano ito naiiba sa ibang ahensya para sa mga nakatatanda?
Napakaganda na yung katanungan, Yusek. Kasi kung titingnan po natin, ang mandato ng komisyon is really to make sure and ensure the welfare and rights, the benefits of the seniors are well protected. At ito ay naiiba sa ibang mga ahensya sa kadahilanan. Holistic ang approach natin. So hindi lang siya tungkol sa ekonomiya na ibibigay natin na tulong, kundi yung pangkalusugan at kanilang pangkabuhayan. We want to bring dignity to a happy, healthy, aging person.
Ang ganda nung bring dignity to a happy and aging person. Pero ma'am, maaari niyo po bang ibahagi ang ilan sa mga bagong programa o serbisyong inilunsad ng NCSC para sa mga senior citizens at ano po ba yung mga bagong benepisyo na maaaring asahan sa ilalim ng NCSC?
Opo, Asek Dale, dalawa po yan. Kung titingnan po natin, yung programa na tinatawag nating community-based care centers. Heto ay ugnayan natin sa local government units at ito ang nagpapakita talaga sa whole of government, whole of nation approach. Lahat po ng ahensya ng ating national government, ang lahat ng programa kagaya ng pangkalusugan under the Department of Health or livelihood opportunities under DOLE and TESDA, yan po ay nakasaad sa ating programa. Pangalawang aspeto sa kanilang mga programs na meron tayo ay yung ating implementasyon ng expanded centenarian cash gift na ginawa sa Malacanang nitong February 26, no less than with the President himself.
Yes, I saw this nga, ma'am. Dr. Jean, kamusta po ba yung implementasyon ng mga programang pangkalusugan tulad ng medical check-ups at access sa PhilHealth ng mga seniors ng bansa?
Ay, napakaganda niya na Yusek Marge kasi kung titingnan natin, may ugnayan tayo sa PhilHealth at saka sa Department of Health. Like ang Department of Health, meron silang elderly care programs. So ang PhilHealth naman, meron silang e-consulta. Subalit, pinapalawig natin yan by continuously, in discussion and dialogue with them na ipagpalawig pa natin yung mga programang pangkalusugan. For example, as a senior citizen, we call them the geriatric syndrome. So sa paningin, sa pandinig, sa kanilang movement, kailangan nating palawigin ang coverage ng PhilHealth para sa ating mga nakatatanda.
Yusek, sorry. Dr. Jean, nabanggit mo yung health. Pero pwede ba nating, isa rin sa tinututukan ng commission is yung economic security ng mga senior citizen sa bansa. May mga livelihood or skills training po ba ito na para sa kanila sa mga nais pa rin maging produktibo? Kasi marami pong mga senior na malalakas pa naman talaga.
At saka hindi. Ang sabi sa atin ng Pangulo ay kailangan parte pa ang mga nakatatanda nation building. So kaya yan, may ugnayan tayo with TESDA. We just had a MOA signing with Secretary Benitez para gumawa tayo ng mga modules and trainings specifically anchoring on number one, on their capability at interests. Pangalawa, with DOT Secretary Frasco, we are going to have our MOA signing very soon for tourism-rich destination areas, opportunities for the seniors. Alam mo, pagkadating sa ibang bansa, ang mga nakatatanda na sa mga tourist destinations, what about the Philippines? What if we put them there and be ba't nakakatuwa, alam na alam nila yung history, cultural heritages.
Yan, ang ganda ng mga programa na yan. Hintayin ko yan, Dr. Jean. Pero sa kasalukuyan, kamusta naman po yung mga legislative efforts po para sa mga senior citizens natin? Meron na po ba tayong update sa mga ito, katulad po ng Magna Carta for senior citizens at ang Violence Against Older Persons Bill?
Alam mo, itong Magna Carta for senior citizens is an omnibus guideline. Titingnan natin, merong Magna Carta for healthcare workers, Magna Carta for women and children, but none for the seniors. So yan ay nakaumang na. Tapos na po, may isinusulong na yan ng ating mga party list congressman, no, sa ating senior citizens. At yan ay nandyan na sa atin sa Senado. So we're looking forward to the next opening of the session na matutukan yan. At pangalawang malapit sa puso ko ay yung violence against older persons. Alam nyo naman na kailangan pangalagaan natin sila by all means.
Mataas po bang incident rates po sa mga violence against
Alam mo, that's very funny. Kasi kung titingnan mo, culturally speaking, mahal natin ang mga nakatatanda. So we become very silent about it. So it's a silent disease in the society na gusto nating ma-address. So we want that out in the open so that we'll be able to help them.
Ma'am, list lang ako ng konti. Ito kasi yung violence against older persons. Since bill pa lang siya, ano po ba yung steps na ginagawa ng NCSC to help itong mga victims din?
Yes. So pag may nakakarating sa atin ng mga balita na ganyan, ang ating pong legal team, pinupuntahan po nila yan. They have to check on the validity and veracity of what is happening. And then, tinutulungan natin ito na mailagak sa PNP at saka sa mga kaukulang mga ahensya ng gobyerno upang ito ay ma-address.
So, ma'am, paano po ba to? Paano ba nakakalapit yung mga victims na senior citizens sa NCSC?
Actually, ASEC Dale, pagdating sa violence against older persons, nalalaman na lang natin sa ibang tao yon. Pero for other na mga needs ng mga seniors na gusto nilang itanong o kaya naman gusto nilang i-clarify, we have hotlines. Our regional offices have contact numbers and contact persons. So, madali lang talaga kaming maabot ng ating mga kababayan.
Opo. Dr. Jean, balikan ko lang po ulit itong Senior Citizens Community Care Centers. Siyempre, di ba, kailangan din naman natin yan. Ilan na po ba sa kasalukuyan ang naitayo at saan po yung mga lugar na meron ng community centers for
Yes, we want
seniors?
to congratulate actually ang ating mga local government units kasi these are LGU-driven activities. So meron tayo sa Mualboal, meron din tayo sa Cabatuan. No? Mualboal is in Cebu Province. That's a tourist destination. If you want to do the sardine run, doon yon. So pag pinuntahan, yes, surfing nandun. So sa Cabatuan, Iloilo, meron tayo. So yung mga simbahan naman natin, napakaganda doon. Pangatlo ay meron tayo sa Malaybalay City in the province of Bukidnon. Pang-apat natin ay yung tinatawag natin nandun naman sa Kidapawan, sa Cotabato naman yon. At ang panglima na pinaka-most recent ay yung sa Zamboanguita, Negros Oriental. But we have upcoming, right immediately after the elections, meron tayo sa Los Baños, sa Daet, Camarines Norte, dalawa sa Bohol, sa Ubay at sa Mabini. So, yan po sila. So, medyo magiging marami sila, lalong-lalo na as pinapalawig natin yung programa ng national government.
That's good to hear, Dr. Jean. Pero ma'am, sa pagpapatupad ng Expanded Centenarians Act, as you mentioned earlier po, gaano kalaking halaga na po ba yung naipamahagi sa ngayon? At ilang seniors na po ang nakinabang mula sa may edad 80 years old?
Yes, so basahin ko lang kasi hindi ko memorize yung numbers Senior moment tayo. So nung una naming payout na ginawa doon sa Malacanang, for that first payout namin kasama sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas, we were able to serve 7,032 beneficiaries, amounting to 76,610,000. We were able to have 100% utilization for that particular payout. Nitong second batch na sinimulan naman natin nitong March at nagtapos kahapon noong April 30, meron na tayong na-serve na 23,341. At nakapaglabas na po tayo ng pondong 247,090,000.
That's good. That's great news.
Ma'am, pero paano nyo naman po balak palawigin pa yung service caravans naman na inyong inilunsad sa iba't ibang lugar, lalo na po sa mga malalayong lalawigan?
Nako, napakaganda ng tanong na yan. Ang ultimate goal talaga natin ay we would be able to bring it down to the barangay level. So dahil nga may kakulangan din naman tayo in terms of financing and yung ating manpower, pero eventually lalawig talaga yan siya. And the caravan of services does not really mean na kailangan may ikang sentro doon. So during payouts nga namin, kung kunyari doon yung aming venue, meron tayong pagbibigay doon ng tulong on health and wellness, all the other services. And this is in collaboration with the various national government agencies.
Yan, para at least isang na lang, logistical preparation.
Yes.
At least pag pinuntahan na nila, marami na sila ma-avail pa na iba't ibang services aside from the payouts, ma'am. Pero ma'am, isa din po sa tinututukan ng pamahalaan ang digital transformation ng bansa. Paano po ba tinutulungan ng NCSC ang mga nakakatanda na matuto ng digital literacy para makasabay naman sila sa makabagong teknolohiya?
Ay, napakaganda niyan. Isa yan sa ating priority program. Sasabayan natin ang programa ng ating national government. So we have a relationship right now with the ICT. Kasi gusto natin na them being the lead agency for technology, we want them to partner with us. At may initial na usapan na kami. Meron silang 9.5 million already in their registry na mga senior citizens.
Oh, wow.
And NCSC, based on our registry, kasama under the PSA, no, na data, there's 12 million. So we want to be able to connect the dot between what they have, what we have, so that we'll come up with one registry really that will, put in lahat ng senior citizens at alam natin yung basic data na kailangan natin. Mostly on their health profiles, kailangan natin yun. Because it gives and helps the LGUs craft their programs for their maintenance medications at yung mga programa natin sa pangkalusugan.
Okay. So it's not just about learning how to use the computer or being digitally knowledge or tech savvy.
Yeah, it's really
more comprehensive
it's
than
more
that.
comprehensive than that, and we want to teach them also how to use it, digital literacy among senior citizens para maiwasan na ma-scam sila.
Correct, tama yan, ma'am.
Ma'am, next week, we will be voting for the midterms elections. Pero bilang paghahanda po dito sa upcoming elections, ano po yung magiging role ng NCSC para rito at paano po ba hinihikayat ng NCSC ang mga senior citizens na mag-exercise pa rin ng kanilang right to vote?
Napakaganda niyan, Asek Dale. Kung titingnan po natin, meron kaming partnership with COMELEC. Meron silang early voting hour program. So gusto kong i-teach in ulit yon. From 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., pwede silang iwasiksikan. Doon sila mauuna. Handa na ang polling places natin sa buong Pilipinas, kasama ang piling malls. So on top of that, we have just heard the good news. Unahan ko na si COMELEC, si Chair Garcia. Meron yatang magandang balita silang ilalabas tungkol sa logistics, no? So that is something we have to look forward to. Mukhang may libreng mga sakay yung ating mga botante pagdating ng araw ng halalan.
Tama. Magandang proyekto yan, Asikdale. Kasi di ba karamihan nagiging means ng mga ibang candidates, di ba, para sunduin yung mga mga voters nila. But now with COMELEC doing precisely that, then at least malilimitan na natin yung vote buying. No?
Yes.
Napakagandang programa. Dr. Jean, ang dami ko pang gustong itanong sa inyo, pero we're pressed for time. Maraming salamat po sa inyong oras, Dr. Mary Jean P. Loreche, Officer in Charge and Commission Member 4 ng NCSC.
Thank you. Maganda araw po.
Mahakbang na dapat tutukan kaugnay ng road safety ating tatalakayin kasama si Bong Nebliha, ang Traffic Education Division Chief ng Metropolitan Manila Development Authority o MMDA. Sir Bong, magandang tanghali po. Sir, mukhang naka-mute po ang ating Zoom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Magandang hapon, Asikdale and Yusek March. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng taga-subaybay.
Opo. Sir Bong, una po sa lahat, ano po ang layunin ng Road Safety Month at paano po nakikibahagi ang MMDA sa taunang kampanyang ito?
Well, ang Road Safety Month, taon-taon nating sineselebrate to para
pangunahing sanhi ng mga aksidenteng ito at alin dito ang pinakamahirap tugunan?
Well, ang road safety po talaga, no, it's a shared responsibility. Hindi lang po yan responsibilidad ng gobyerno, kundi po lahat ng mga gumagamit na kalsada, lahat po ng road users. And isa sa mga pangunahin nating binibigyan pansin ay ang driver's behaviors. Kadalasan po ng ka-aksidente o tinatawag nating road crash na nakikita natin ngayon na very prevalent, dulot ng driver's misbehaviors, yung mga hindi po pagsunod sa batas trapiko. And there are also other underlying factors kung bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng aksidente, also because of irresponsible or reckless driving ng mga drivers.
Sir, ano po ang mga pagkukulang na madalas ninyo nakikita pagdating sa road safety sa Metro Manila?
Not following traffic rules and regulations. Yung basically, akala po kasi lahat ng mga kababayan natin, ng mga road users, na ang road safety is about penalties, fines and penalties. Hindi po. Ang traffic rules and regulations po natin, ang pinapahalagahan po niyan, ang kaligtasan ng bawat isa sa kalsada. Kung hindi po natin sinusunod yan at patuloy po nating sinusuway o hindi po natin binibigyan pansin, ang nangyayari po niyan, dalawa lang. Maaring ikaw ang madisgrasya or ikaw ang makadisgrasya. In both ends, talo po tayo.
Agree ako sa iyo dyan, Sir Bong. Marami talagang pasaway sa kalye, Sir. Pero Sir, paano po ba pinapalakas ng MMDA ang enforcement ng mga batas trapiko, lalo na laban sa mga reckless at unfit drivers? Sir Bong?
Yes. Yusek March, on the part of MMDA naman, patuloy pa rin po yung namin, training ng mga personnel on traffic law enforcement. And nakalatag naman po dyan, yung mga nakadeploy naman po yung mga enforcers natin para paratilihin ang kaligtasan sa kalsada. Hindi lang po kami dyan just to enforce but also to manage. And one of the fundamentals of traffic law enforcement is maintaining road safety on the road, aside from decongesting yung traffic natin sa kalsada.
Sir, sa tingin niyo po ba ay may kakulangan sa manpower or resources pagdating sa pag-monitor ng mga high-risk areas sa Metro Manila?
I think we have enough. Ang ano lang po natin, very challenging lang po talaga kasi unang-una hindi lang naman po talaga yung enforcement alone, napaka-importante rin po ng traffic education, we continuously train our drivers and educating them on what's new. Ano ba yung mga bagong batas natin, ano ba yung bagong pinapatupad natin. And just like what I've been saying, that's why we're celebrating the Road Safety Month. This is for the awareness of every road users, ng mga kababayan natin, kung gaano kahalaga ang kaligtasan sa kalsada. Kasi po, akala nung iba, may lisensya na ako, pwede na ako mag-drive. Nawawala po yung responsibilidad Nawawala po yung responsibilidad. Hindi po natin napapanatili na yung kapakanan natin, di lang po yung kaligtasan natin, but also kaligtasan ng mga ibang tao na gumagamit ng kalsada. Safety of other road users. Siguro, we need to inculcate and make the people aware na ang road safety is everybody's responsibility, and we need to look out for each other, for each other's safety on the road.
Sir Bong, ano po ba yung mga hakbang ng MMDA upang mapalawak ang kaalaman ng publiko tungkol sa road safety? Meron po ba kayong mga ano po ba yung mga specific programs niyo po para sa mga paaralan, kabataan o community level outreach? Baka meron po kayong mga ganitong programa para sa kanila?
Well, ang MMDA po, we use our own platform to disseminate yung mga road safety tips, And aside from that, we also conduct seminars. And the Traffic Education Division also disseminates through fora symposium and other form ng mga conferences, and sometimes we're even invited by other LGUs to conduct road safety seminars. Doon po namin napapalakas o napapalawig yung kaalaman about road safety, especially down to the other local governments and even companies and corporate services. Kami po ang tumutugon doon.
Apo. Sir Bong, bilang panghuli na lang po, ano ang pinakamagandang paraan para makiisa ang publiko dito sa layunin ng Road Safety Month ngayong taon?
Well, kailangan po talaga natin isa puso at laging isa-isip na ang road safety is a shared responsibility. Responsibilidad po ng bawat isa. Meron lang po dyan maging irresponsable. Tatandaan po natin, a vehicle to an irresponsible or reckless driver becomes a weapon. Nakamamatay po yan. And that's what we're seeing lately in the news. And sana po maging responsable tayo bilang drivers at road users.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong oras, Sir Bong Nebriha, ang Traffic Education Division Chief ng MMDA.
Salamat po.
At dito po nagtatapos ang ating programa sa araw na ito.
Samahan ninyo kami ulit bukas para sa mahalagang talakayan at mabilis na aksyon ng pamahalaan. Mula sa Department of Justice, ako po si Yusek Margarita Gutierrez.
Mula naman sa Presidential Communications Office, ako si Dale De Vera. Sama-sama tayo para sa isang bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
National Authority for Childcare ay aktibong lumalaban sa online baby selling at iba pang uri ng illegal adoption. Dumaan tayo sa legal na proseso ng adoption. Protektahan natin ang kabataang Pilipino. Itigil ang online baby selling.
Mahalaga na matutukan natin ang mga isyong nakakaapekto sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi lang basta tumutuligsa kung hindi naghahatid ng mas malalim na pangunawa sa mga usaping pangbayan. Yan na ang naging panata ko bilang komentarista at broadcaster sa mahabang panahon. Ang inyong lingkod po, Mike Abe, para sa Mike Abe Live, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 9 ng umaga, dito sa inyong People's Television.
Tutukan ang mga solusyon at aksyon sa mga isyu ng bayan at programa ng pamahalaan para sa bagong Pilipinas. Kasama ang ating Presidential Advisor for Poverty Alleviation, Lani Gadon, live dito lang sa PTV.
Maraming salamat. Babatiin ko lang po ang nakikita nyo po ang ating dating First Lady Imelda Romualdez Marcos, na siguro sa lahat ng First Lady sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, siya ang kinikilala na nagsuporta sa all of the arts, all of the creatives in the time that she was the First Lady. Marami sa pagkakilala sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, ang reputasyon ng Pilipinas, talagang basta't music, basta't ganyang klase performance art, kilalang kilala na ang Pilipino na sikat at naiba. Hindi lang pangkaraniwan, hindi lang yung kung iba-ibang Pilipino, kung hindi lahat ng Pilipino ay may talent. At magpapasalamat kami lahat because I'm a frustrated musician myself for the support that my mother Imelda gave to the artists all through the years, and it has made the Philippines well known and well recognized around the world. The National Commission for Culture and Arts, Chairman Victorino Mapa Manalo. I will greet the Executive Secretary, Chief Lucas Bersamin. Did I see Senator Grace? Well, anyway, the loved ones of our 4 renowned and beloved Presidential Medal of Merit awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, isang magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. There are moments in our history when we as a nation remember our finest moments of beauty, in the beauty of a song or a poignant scene from a film, or the taste of a dish that reminds us of home. Tonight we remember those who made those moments possible and made each memory brighter, more vivid with their craft and passion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to honor 4 outstanding individuals who, though they have passed from our world, continue to shape our art, our cinema, our music, and our culinary landscape. These are the proud bearers of many aspects of our culture. Miss Gloria Romero, Gaita Flores, Pilita Corrales, Nora Honor. They are undeniably icons. But more importantly, we can see that the true quality of their art, of their performances, came from the core of them being Filipino. They are women who spent their lives sharing their gifts, deepening how we understand ourselves through their respective disciplines. Ang kanilang sining at likha ay hindi lamang naging aliwan ng ating mga kababayan, bagkus naging salamin ng kasaysayan ng bansa ng bawat Pilipino. The Presidential Medal of Merit, created under Executive Order 236 in 2003, was designed for evenings such as this. Our 4 awardees have redefined the meaning of excellence. The accolade is conferred upon them because they have made our national consciousness more visible and to be felt worldwide. Allow me to linger, even for just a little bit, as we remember these outstanding Filipinas. Gloria Romero graced our screens for generations. Her career spanned an entire era. Yet, her presence not once ever felt dated. She was awarded 7 FAMAS Awards, 3 Gawad Urian Awards, 4 Luna Awards, and many others. Naalala ninyo ba, nung bata pa tayo, pagsapit ng hapon, mapapanood natin sa television ang mga pelikula pinagbibidahan ni Miss Gloria Romero. Tumatak ang alaala ng kanyang pagganap sa Dalagang Ilocana. Pinatawa niya tayo bilang Tita Minerva sa palibhasa lalaki. At pinayak tayo sa tanging yaman. She grew with the film and the television industry, or perhaps, and I think this is even more accurate, the industry grew around the one and only Gloria Romero. I was, as I first came in this evening, and the video came out. I'm so privileged to say that I have known well all of these wonderful women. And as I was walking in and the video of Gloria Romero was being played, I immediately reacted, "Mommy." Why? iginuhit ng tadhana. She was my mommy. She played Imelda Marcos. I played myself. I remember it very well. I was 7 years old, and every after school, the first day, dinala na lang ako sa set. Hindi ko alam, hindi na masyadong naipaliwanag sa akin. But there I was, playing myself like an idiot, not knowing what I was doing. And with these brilliant people all around me. And, oh, by the way, I made 2,000 pesos from that movie. Meron akong union card dahil professional ako. But I had known her, and since then, every time I have seen her, it has always been like a reunion, and she is one of what I would describe was old world lady all the way through, a true class act. And I'm happy that I was able to meet her. I'm happy that I was able to, not being an actor, but managed to work with her, and such a privilege. And so it is with great joy that we are able to do this. It is only sad that it is posthumous. Now, Gaita reimagined Italian cuisine by giving it a Filipino heart. She started off as a chef that she just wanted to cook and was bringing actually Italian food to the Philippines. But she managed to go far beyond that. In the process, she gave us something so beautiful and something that we could call our own. I remember we were traveling with my family in 2016, and we walked into a very important 3 Michelin star restaurant in San Sebastian in Spain. And we sat down to eat, and the chef came rushing out of the kitchen and said to us, "Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear?" And Lisa and I were saying, what are they talking about? Your chef, Margarita Flores, is now the best Asia female chef in 2016. She was posthumously honored with the 2025 Woodford Reserve Icon Award. Gaita left a legacy that will be remembered in the meals that she created. Because when she would make a meal for you, of course, the food was excellent, the food was brilliant, but it was an experience. It was something that you remember, right? You say, you know, I had dinner in this place, and the food was prepared by Gaita Flores, and it changed, it kicked up the experience to something that is far from ordinary. And she did this I think, I have a suspicion, Amado, tell me if I'm wrong, but she didn't think she was doing this. She just wanted to cook. She just wanted to make the food better. She just wanted to make pasikat. Oh, try this, try this, try this. And it wasn't something that she said, I want to be famous, I want to, have all these awards and all of this. But it was just because she just loved, she appreciated, of course, Italian cooking, but she loved Filipino cooking enough to say, we're just as good as this. And she put it together. And because of her travels, because of her interactions with other renowned chefs, she succeeded. And to show that Filipino food is just as good as yours, and we can actually fuse them together. And that, I think, is her achievement. Pilita Corrales is the one and only Asia's queen of song. Her voice cradled people across continents, but she always came home to her native Cebuano and Tagalog, to the music that raised us. Sino ba naman ang makakalimot sa kanyang angking ganda, galing sa pagkanta, at kabutihang loob? Hindi lamang siya isang reyna ng sining, nagsilbi rin bilang haligi ng industriya ng musika. Pinakilala at binigyang kinang niya ang musikang Pilipino sa pandaigdigang entablado. She won Best Performer of the Tokyo Music Festival. She was honored with a FAMAS and Lifetime Achievement Award. And whenever she sang, she would be moved. We would be moved and would feel at home. Well, again, I am privileged to be able to say that I knew her. Because in many cases, kapag umiikot kami, kasama ng father ko, ng mother ko, pagka merong mga malalaking event, may rally, may program na ganyan, madalas sumasama siya. And she would always be there. And if you look at all her awards and how the millions that followed her, and how she was held in such high esteem, she really was a simple Cebuana girl. And I have another funny story to tell. We were in Agoo, in La Union. And there was suddenly, we were sa bahay kami, wala namang stage, wala namang ano. Pero suddenly, nagkaroon ng instant program. Sabi nila, somebody said to, Ma'am Pelita, kumanta kayo, hindi siya nakabihis. So, sabi niya, sige, magbibihis lang ako. Pagpunta namin, sabi, doon siya, saan ka magbibihis? Doon. Sabi ko, wag ka dyan, makikita ka sa labas. Sabi niya sa akin, wala silang makikita na hindi pa nila nakita noon. So never mind. Sabi ko, ibang klase ito, Queen of Song ito, pero wala siyang pakialam, talagang cowboy. And I think that's a characteristic that runs through all our awardees tonight. Yes, they appreciated all of the prizes and the honors that were given them. But whatever it is that they didn't do it for that. Look at Nora Honor. How do we even speak of Ate Guy without feeling an ache in our chest? Sinalamin niya ang bawat isa sa atin. Dahil sa angking galing at kabutihan sa kapwa, minahal siya. Nakalagay dito ng maraming Pilipino. At papalitan ko yan. Minahal siya ng lahat ang Pilipino. Bawat pelikula, bawat kanta, bawat palabas sa telebisyon, inaabangan, pumipila para manood ng sine, dinumog lahat ng mga Noranyan. Ang kinang ng isang superstar ay hindi kailanman kukupas. Her list of accolades is extensive. International awards from Europe to Africa, maraming famous Gawad Urian, Metro Manila Film Festival, Luna Star Award. Famous Hall of Fame siya, named as National Artist for Film and Broadcast Arts, and rightfully so. Whether in Himala, which was incidentally filmed doon sa harap, actually sa harap ng bahay namin sa Ilocos Norte, yung Sand Dunes doon, that's where it was filmed. Or sa 3 taong walang Diyos, Ate Guy looked into our eyes and pierced our souls and said, ito ay kung sino tayo bilang mga Pilipino. And again, having been able to know, well, you know, there was a time where I had to choose whether to be a Vilmanian or a Noranian. So, hindi pa ginagamit yung salitang balimbing na ako, palipat-lipat ako pagka-abusin. I have a story about Nora Honor. When the first birthday I spent as the son of the president, 1965, my 8th birthday was my first birthday spent here, downstairs. It was my birthday party. This girl came and sang for us. And of course, you're a 7-year-old kid. You're not thinking about it. And so this girl sang for us. It was great. She was wonderful. But later on, we'd start seeing her on TV. Eh, sabi ko, hindi ba yan yung kumanta doon sa party ko? Oo, yan, si Nora Honor. And that's the first time I met her. But then, since then, of course, we ran into each other all the time. We would see each other at dinners. We would see each other at events. And always, I think that Pinoys immediately felt a connection with her. I don't know what it is. It's like one of those intangibles that special people have. That it's really, there are no words for it. But every person that she performed in front of, every person that saw a film that she made, immediately felt a connection. This could be my cousin, this could be my sister, this could be my girlfriend, this could be my... That was, yun ang quality ni Nora. Yun talagang ni Ate Guy. At saka, I was during the wake, I was talking to Tirso and I said, oh, ito, Guy and Pip. Diba ito yung Guy and Pip talaga from that time. And this is still how we remember her, as starting from a young girl with the charm of a Filipina, and that came across, but she had the talent, she had the particular skill to communicate that in her song and in her films. And that's why, once again, we honor her today. These women, they illuminated our consciousness. They taught us who we are and who we could become. So to the families of the awardees, thank you for sharing them with us. What they contributed to the country cannot even be realized and certainly cannot be paid back. But we will remember and we will pass it on. Sa ating mga kababayan, naway paalala sa atin ng gabing ito na ang sining at kultura ay hindi lamang bahagi ng ating mga nakaraan. Hinuhubog din natin ito ang ating pagkakakilanlan at nagbibigay inspirasyon sa ating patungo sa mas maunlad na kinabukasan. To Gloria, to Margarita, to Pilita, to Nora, it seems very little, but the best we can do. Maraming salamat po. You live on in every artist who takes the risk, in every child who has fond dreams, in every citizen who wishes to let the world know what it means to be a Filipino. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang kulturang Pilipino.
The Malaysia contingent consists of 29 members, led by Mr. Muhammad Zamin bin Muhammad Ani.
I'm Natasha Diana, 22 years old, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently studying in Sanwa University, doing International Trade and Marketing, and it's my last semester. And I am the 46th participant youth for the SHIP of Southeast Asian and Japanese Youth Program. Pendek dia sayap kita orang panggil.
Okey, sayap.
Mula-mula kita daftar dan sediakan karangan 300 patah perkataan, bebas, boleh tulis apa-apa.
Okey.
Dari situ kita akan tapis untuk ujian psikometrik. I started this program because it was encouraged by my aunt. as she was an ex-PY as well. And she said it was an amazing program for me to try out, and I tried it myself, and it was an amazing program. Other reason was because that it was another initiative for me to study overseas. And I would say it was the perfect program for any youth to participate and study overseas. That was a lot. One of it is leadership skills, public speaking skills, and my love for Malaysia have gone so much stronger and bigger. Impak
Okay.
Boleh dikatakan one of the best experience in my 22 years of life. Sebab dia kuatkan jati diri, kepimpinan, and dia memang push you out of your comfort zone.
I want to be included. I want them to understand why. But how often we take the initiative to understand other people, to take the initiative to learn the situation.
There was so much thing that I experienced for the first time, and I can personally say that these experiences can only be gained through the program itself. Tasha salah seorang daripada peserta yang pegang jawatan sebagai Ketua Jawatan Kuasa Penajaan.
Oh, okay.
So, bila diberikan tanggungjawab untuk cari penaja untuk kontingen-kontingen Malaysia yang akan keluar sana paparkan imej negara Malaysia, rasa tanggungjawab tu berat sangat kan? Tapi lepas dah beberapa hari di-train dan Alhamdulillah capai objektif. I strongly encourage the Malaysian youth to join because it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For you to check out the updates for this program, you can check out Mepi_Sayap on Instagram. I'm a proud Malaysian.
Webwatch, sa panahong laganap ang fake news, dapat laging listo. Mag-ingat sa iba't ibang uri ng information disorder. Ito ay maaaring magdulot ng pagkalito, takot, pinsala at kaguluhan. Bago maniwala, alamin muna kung ito ay misinformation. Maling impormasyong ipinakakalat nang hindi alam na ito ay peke. Halimbawa, ay ang pag-share ng hindi kumpirmadong pagpanaw ng isang tao. Malinformation. Impormasyong may katotohanan, ngunit may masamang motibo. Halimbawa, ay ang pag-upload ng screenshot ng pribadong pag-uusap. O disinformation. Impormasyong pawang kasinungalingan at ginawa lamang upang makapanloko o manira. Halimbawa, ay ang pagbebenta ng peking gamot. Upang hindi mabiktima, tandaan lamang ang 3 C's. Content. Tingnan, basahin o panoorin ang buong impormasyon. Context. Intindihing mabuti ang post o impormasyon upang makuha ang tunay nitong mensahe. Critical thinking. Maging mapanuri at kilatisin ang mga detalye. Tandaan, huwag hayaang maging fake. Ang fact. Consumer Watch. Mga praktikal na paraan sa pagtitipid at wastong paggamit ng tubig. Hugasan agad ang mga plato para mas madaling linisin ang mga ito. Bawasan ang pagdidilig ng mga halaman at gawin lamang ito tuwing madaling araw o sa hapon. I-defrost sa chiller ang mga gagamiting karne at iba pang frozen food para hindi na kailangan gumamit ng tubig. Gamitin ang full load ng washing machine tuwing maglalaba at maglagay lamang ng tamang dami ng sabon o detergent. Iksian ang shower time o pagligo. Kung maaari, gumamit na lamang ng timba at tabo. Gamitin ang pinagbanlawang tubig sa paglalaba, sa pag-flush ng toilet bowl. Malaking tulong din ang tamang paggamit ng dual flush para makatipid ng tubig. Sa mga opisina, maiging i-switch off ang main valve ng tubig kapag wala ng tao. At para malaman kung may tagas ang linya ng tubig na nagdudulot ng malaking aksaya, i-check ang metro sa hating gabi o sa madaling araw kapag wala nang gumagamit. Maging bahagi ng solusyon at sama-sama tayong umaksyon. Dapat laging listo.
Talagang perfect ang bawat umaga basta't may kape, pandesal at RST Barkada.
Kaya naman tutok na sa favorite morning show ng bayan, Rise and Shine Pilipinas!
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang mga dapat ilagay sa go bag bilang paghahanda sa anumang sakuna. Maglagay ng tubig na maiinom at mga pagkaing hindi madaling masira. Maglaan ng espasyo para sa first aid kit at survival kit para sa mga hindi inaasahang pangyayari. Huwag kalimutan ang toiletries para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa katawan. Samahan din ang mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para ligtas at may alam, magdala ng personal protective equipment at mga teknikal na gamit. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay ginatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, agad na lumikas papunta sa ligtas at mataas na lugar. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Sa tuwing ako'y pumupunta sa ibang bansa, ang isang bagay na laging kumukumpleto sa aking biyahe ay pag nakakilala ako ng mga OFW na may dalang kwento ng kanilang tagumpay. Sa kabila ng mga sunod-sunod na meeting at seryosong talakayan, ay talagang gumagawa kami ng paraan para direktang makasalamuha ang ating mga kababayan. Minsan, ang mga staff pa namin ang nagkukwento kaya't hindi namin pinapalampas at pinapupunta namin. At kapag narinig nyo naman ang mga kwento nila, talaga namang nakaka-proud ang mga nararating ng ating mga kapwa Pinoy sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. Ito ang ilan sa mga hindi ko malilimutang kwentong OFW sa aking pagbabiyahe. Hindi OFW, kundi anak ng mga OFW na nakabase doon sa Switzerland. Ito yung batang si Evan Mendoza na kumanta sa Filipino community event namin sa Switzerland. Siya rin ay isang finalist sa The Voice France.
Même sans goûter, même sans douter, tu diras que tu m'aimes, mais tu ne le penses pas.
Napakagaling talaga. Ay balagay ko itong batang ito may future talaga at dahil hindi pangkaraniwan ang kanyang dating. Meron siyang stage presence, meron siyang showmanship at ang ganda talaga ng boses at saka yung technique niya para kumanta ay tamang-tama. Kaya palagay ko malayo aabutin ng ating kababayan na si Evan. Meron naman sa Belgium, isang Ilocana mula sa La Union. Dumating siya sa Belgium noong 1995 para makipagsapalaran at iahon ng pamilya sa hirap. Sinaga niya mag-aral ng French para maka-adapt. Nagsimula sa paglilinis ng mga bahay hanggang sa nagkaroon na siya ng sarili niyang housekeeping services na business. Ang pangalan ng kanyang negosyo, Maharlika. Dahil mga loyalista ang kanyang mga magsasakang magulang na nasa La Union. Nung COVID, imbis na magtago ay matapang na nakipagsapalaran ang kanyang ahensya dahil itinuloy niya ang cleaning services para masanitize ang mga bahay. Dahil sa lakas ng loob at tiyaga ay lalong nakilala ang kanilang housekeeping business bilang isang professional at maaasahan na kumpanya. Nakapagbukas na rin siya ng Filipino restaurant sa Belgium. Hindi po yan madaling gawin dahil napakaraming compliances at mahigpit na ipapatupad sa bawat isa. Kaya't ang makapagbukas lamang ng ganyang negosyo ay isa talagang malaking bagay na.
Sana po lahat dadalhin ni BBM sa Pilipinas para hindi na kami magtatrabaho sa abroad. Thank you, BBM!
Ang aming approach ngayon para sa OFW ay tulungan hindi lamang yung OFW kundi pati pamilya na naiwan dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya yung mga bagay kagaya ng babahay, scholarship program na ibibigay natin sa mga anak na mga OFW at pati na sa OFW kung sila ba ay babalik at naghahanap ng bagong trabaho, tutulungan natin sila sa training, yung tinatawag na reskilling and upskilling dahil yung ibang trabaho na lumalabas ngayon na highly technical. Kaya ita-training natin ang ating mga OFW para kaya nila magkipagkompetensya sa labor market sa buong. Mula Isabela naman, nagsimula bilang nurse noong 1991 nang si Erlita Terte ay nag-migrate sa Switzerland. Lumipat sa larangan ng winemaking noong 2017 at ngayon ay isa na farmer sa Switzerland. Ay ito, tignan ninyo. Biluin mo. Meron na ngayon isang tiga Isabela na gumagawa ito at ginawa niya special para sa amin. Ito ang Pangulo na wine. At talaga naman yung mga Pilipino, biruin mo, nagsimula lang siya na wala naman siyang alam tungkol dyan sa winemaking. Ay ngayon napasukan na niya, naging successful siya. Kaya nakakatuwa ulit ang mga kwento ng ating mga kababayan sa abroad. Sa larangan naman ng IT ay may pambato rin tayo. Itong si Mr. John Nabal, isang matagumpay na Chief Technology Officer ng pinakamalaking telecommunications company sa Cambodia. Katumbas ng ating Globe or Smart, ang kumpanyang pinangungunahan ni John ay ilang taon nang nananalo ng mga award para sa pinakamahusay at pinakamabilis na network sa Cambodia. Kamakailan ay nabalitaan ko na ang isang Pilipinong climate scientist na nangangalang Glenn Banaguas ay nailuklok bilang miyembro sa prestigyosong Royal Society of Arts sa United Kingdom. Piling-pili po ang binagawang miyembro dyan sa Royal Society na yan. Well, kailangan talaga natin sila. Kailangan lang natin na gagawin ay makapagbigay sa kanila ng magandang trabaho. Kaya naman sila umalis ay hindi sila makahanap ng trabaho na katumbas dun sa kanilang training. Kaya kung magawa natin at pinaganda natin ang ekonomiya, pinatibay natin ang husto, palagay ko magiging attractive na naman ang Pilipinas bilang pagtatrabahuhan. Hindi lamang ng mga tigalabas, kung hindi pati na ang ating mga balikbayan. Masipag, maaasahan, mahusay, magaling makisama at mag-adjust kung nasaan man sila. Yan ang Pinoy. Tinitingala ng ibang lahi at iginagalang sa kanilang mga larangan. Ang tanging maisusukli ko sa inyong hindi matatawarang kontribusyon sa ating lipunan ay masiguro ko ang inyong proteksyon, ang inyong kalagayan at ang kalagayan ng mga naiwan ninyong pamilya sa ating bansa. Ang tanging maisusukli ko ay ang patuloy na pagpapatibay ng ating ugnayan sa mga kinatawan ng bawat bansang kinaroroonan ninyo. Ganyan ang pakay natin lagi. Gaya nung isang araw nang tinipon natin ang mga ambasador ng iba't ibang bansa sa palasyo. Tanging maisusukli ko ay ang pagpapaganda ng ating ekonomiya, pagpaparami ng trabaho at pagkakataon sa bawat Pilipino. Nang sa gayon, wala nang aalis ng bansa nang dahil sa matinding pangangailangan. Mabuhay ang ating mga OFW at mabuhay ang lahat ng Pilipino. Nasaang panig man ng mundo kayo, huwag po kayong titigil sa pagdala ng karangalan sa ating bansa. Dahil sa inyong mga nagagawa, kayo ang aming inspirasyon sa ating tuloy-tuloy na pagbangon.
Hi guys, once again, thanks for watching our dad's vlogs. If you want to see more, remember to share, like, and subscribe.
Ang logo ng bagong Pilipinas ay naglalarawan sa lakbayin ng bansa sa pagkamit ng kaunlaran. Ang tatlong pulang guhit ay sumisimbolo sa mga pangunahing yugto sa kasaysayan ng bansa. Ang dalawang asul na guhit naman ay sumisimbolo sa mga layunin para sa kinabukasan. Isang progresibong Pilipinas na nagsusulong at gumagamit ng teknolohiya para sa tuloy-tuloy na kaunlaran. Ang pagsikat ng araw ay nagpapahiwatig ng bukang liwayway ng isang bagong Pilipinas sa ating pagnanais na maging sentro ng pandaigdigang merkado at komunidad ng mga bansa. Ang tatlong bituin ay sumisimbolo sa patuloy na pagningning ng bansa habang inaabot ang pinakamataas na rurok ng kaunlaran. Ipinakikita rin nito ang tatlong haligi na silang magsisilbing gabay sa pagkamit ng bagong Pilipinas. Pagbabago sa isip, salita at sa gawa. Ang habi naman o weave pattern ay naglalarawan ng pagkakaugnay at pagkakaisa ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Dahil ang ambisyon ng bagong Pilipinas ay makakamit lamang sa sama-samang pagsisikap, pagtutulungan at pagkakaisa ng bawat mamamayan. Halintulad sa pagsasama-sama ng mga hibla upang makabuo ng isang matibay na habi, ang mamamayang Pilipino. Naiiba man ang individual na pinagmulan na talento ay makapag-aambag sa lakas ng bagong Pilipinas. Sa pangkalahatan, ang logo na ito ay sumisimbolo sa mga layunin ng Administrasyong Marcos para sa bansa, na siyang nagbibigay diin sa pagkakaisa, pakikilahok at kultura ng bayanihan bilang mga hibla at sangkap sa ganap na pagsasakatuparan ng ating mga pangarap sa bagong Pilipinas.
Mahalaga na matutukan natin ang mga isyong nakakaapekto sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi lang basta tumutuligsa, kung hindi naghahatid ng mas malalim na pangunawa sa mga usaping pangbayan. Yan na ang naging panata ko bilang komentarista at broadcaster sa mahabang panahon. Ang inyong lingkod po, Mike Abe, para sa Mike Abe Live, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 9 ng umaga, dito sa inyong People's Television.
Babae, karapatan mo, alamin mo. GADWatch, the Magna Carta of Women.
It is a comprehensive women's human rights law na naglalayon na i-eliminate yung discrimination against women. It is a local translation of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women or UNCEDAW. Yung protection natin pagdating sa kalamidad, sa kahit na anong crisis situation. Pag-alis ng diskriminasyon pagdating sa education, scholarships and training. Pag-alis ng diskriminasyon pagdating sa employment, sa military, or police, and even other similar services. We have this special leave benefit for women na mag-undergo ng surgery on any gynecological disorder. Yung MCW natin pave the way sa pagpasa ng mas maraming women-related laws, setting the direction for the government kung ano dapat yung maging plano, activities, and programs para sa mga kababaihan. The government is mandated to allocate at least 5% of their national budget to women-related programs, plans, and activities. So, ang PCW monitors the agencies or the government agencies' national plans on gender and development as well as their achievements on this. Yung Global Gender Gap Index natin, yung specifically minimeasure niya kasi is the gender gap on education, health and survival, economic participation and opportunity, tsaka political empowerment. We are in the 25th place in 2024 Global Gender Gap Index. Maintaining and improving gender parity requires continuous policy reforms, even stronger representation of women in leadership or in political positions, and of course, targeted efforts to close yung remaining gaps.
Babae, karapatan mo, alamin mo. GADWatch.
Spaces actually is very important.
Pupunta sa isang green space, sila ay nare-relax, natatanggal yung kanilang mga stress.
Makes our cities healthier.
Nature heals. It connects us to our inner and deepest sense of happiness and peace.
If we follow the World Health Organization standards, which is 9 square meters for one person, we don't have enough green spaces in Metro Manila.